Is this video gonna make it on?
Good evening. I would like to call to order the Keizer City Council in regular session. It is Monday, June 15th, 2026, and ask our city recorder to please call roll.
Councilor Parsons?
Here.
Councilor Kohler?
Here.
Councilor Cross?
Here.
Mayor Clark?
Here.
Council President Starr?
Here.
Councilor Christopher?
Here.
Councilor Duran?
Here.
Thank you very much. If you are able, I ask you to rise and all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To start us off tonight, it is truly a pleasure to welcome Ms. Cynthia Richardson for our Juneteenth proclamation. And as she comes up, I'd just like to introduce her to the folks who may not know her, although I don't think there's very many in our community who don't. Cynthia Richardson has served as an educator in Texas, Nebraska, and Oregon in a career that has spanned 44 years. She joined the Salem Keizer Public Schools in August of 1997. And in Salem, she served as the principal of Adam Stevens Middle School and was the first African-American high school principal in Salem, Oregon, serving as the McKay High School for 7 years and North Salem High School for 7 years. She was the 2012 recipient of the Educator of the Year Award for the Oregon Black Educator Association and was honored as the 2013 NAACP Pioneer Award recipient. Ms. Richardson has served as the Director of Student Equity, Access, and Advancement for the Salem Keizer Public Schools for 6 years and retired in June of 2023. Following her retirement, she unretired by being elected as a school board director for the Salem Keizer Public Schools and took office in July of 2023 and currently serves as the board chair. Ms. Richardson continues to serve in additional community leadership, including as the president of the Be Black Foundation. It is truly an honor and a privilege to have you here with us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you could pull the microphone close to you so our folks at home can hear you.
Thank you.
Perfect. So if you want to make your remarks, then I will read the proclamation. Would that work?
That sounds good. I want to thank you for honoring Juneteenth. Juneteenth established the ending of slavery, and we know that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but all of us working together, working united, we are making a difference for our schools, for our cities, and for our state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to offer council members an opportunity if they would like to ask Ms. Richardson a question or talk about the work of Juneteenth. I will now read the proclamation. Here we go. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas June 19th, also known as Juneteenth, Emancipation Day, Jubilee Day, and Freedom Day, is the oldest African-American holiday observance in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth, or June 19th, 1865, commemorates an important step toward the abolition of slavery and is the date upon which Union General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, requiring the immediate freedom of more than 250,000 enslaved African Americans in Texas. And whereas Juneteenth is recognized by the United States government, the state of Oregon, and the city of Keizer, and is commemorated on the 19th day of June each year as a tribute to those African Americans who fought so long for freedom and worked hard to make the goal of equality a reality. And whereas the Declaration of Emancipation was a new start, not the end, of the fight for equal rights for all African Americans, all of whom have the right to live in peace and with no fear of violence, harassment, or injustice. And whereas Juneteenth inspires ongoing vigilance against slavery in all of its forms. And whereas the city of Keizer is committed to providing services to all people with dignity and respect. Now, therefore, the Keizer City Council, assembled here in regular session, does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth, and urges all the people of Keizer to remember and learn from the lessons of the past and present so we can continue to strive for a just and equitable future. Juneteenth, everybody.
They are.
Can I do this too? Yeah, no. No, they did not.
Martha, just a little excuse to the right. There you go.
I thought I was in the perfect
Not that
place.
you're short.
No, not that I'm short or anything. Yeah, seriously. Someone told me the other day that she's taller than me. Although he did have 2 daughters.
And you or me?
She had heels on.
Oh.
So she cheated.
I have a pair of these and then I have sweatpants. So do they want they're cork on the bottom? Do they make your feet? Is there cork in there? Let me see.
There will be a Juneteenth celebration this Friday at Riverfront Park in Salem. Free food, all types of activities, all types of vendors. Please come out and celebrate with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
All right. Okay.
I'm going.
We're going to now go to committee reports, and before we hear from committees, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Brown for a parks update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I wanted to let you know for parks, I received a request from the Keizer Community Fields Association, and they have asked that the council consider allowing them to work towards a transfer of management operations to the sports facilities companies, the operators of our Little League Park. And so they feel like that's in the best interest of the kids in the community that they serve. So.
Thank you. Is there anything you need? Oh, I'll open up for questions, and then what do you need from us? So questions? Counselor Christopher?
My question is,
Microphone, please.
so what does that mean what do you need from us?
So there would be a lot of things to transition over, considering the scheduling, agreements, the maintenance, and Nick and David have been completely willing to do whatever it needs to make that a really smooth transition, and so that there's no loss of scheduling or opportunities for all the users in the community. So just them working together with Sports Facilities Company, there would eventually need to be an amendment to the agreement for sports facilities company and maybe a closure of the agreement between KCFM.
Yes.
So,
Okay. I'm going to follow up with a question. I'll go to you, Counselor Christopher. With that, as I understand it, this is a little bit slower time of the year for the turf fields because of the heat and so forth. So do they anticipate that this might be that opportunity before they get into the fall, the busy season?
yeah, it is, hard with summer months are generally a little slower because teams are going from a tournament to here and there. And then, December, those are their kind of 2 slow months, but other than that, it's a full year operation, so.
Okay. Counselor Christopher.
So we need an amendment to the contract transitioning out the,
Counselor Christopher, and Mayor, may I speak?
Oh, please, yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Lindsay.
So if we have to look at the amendment, because under public contracting rules, you can amend, we have an existing contract with sports facilities companies
Right.
for the management of sports fields.
Great.
And so you can
Great.
legally amend it without changing much if it's under 25% change. If it happens to be over 25% change, then we have in our code, our local rules of procurement allow us to do a direct appointment if you go through the exception hearing. So we could do one of 2 ways, but if it's under 25% change, then we can just amend that contract. So that answers that.
okay, so 3 questions. Who determines 25%?
It would be the value. It would be the value, and the Keizer Little League was valued pretty darn high.
Okay.
It was like,
900.
almost $900,000, so.
Great.
So I mean, chances are it does fall within that.
Terrific, which will make it very quick so that we can get everything to run smoothly. And then that would, I'm assuming then, how will that, which end date? Will it be the end date of the contract we currently have with the Floridians for KLL? Or will it be the end date of the contract we currently have with the soccer folks?
So if we amend the current sports facilities, their date will remain the same.
And what is
We'll-
that
We'll
date?
simply change, well, it's a 5-year contract, but it has a 6-month out.
Yeah,
So, and that 6-month out remains the same all along. So
Okay.
if at any point you give them a 6-month heads up, then you can get out of it after that 6 month.
Okay.
This current one has a 30-day. And so even if we wanted to, and I would suggest just doing that too, just writing them and I guess I'll look for consensus on this, that we'll write, okay, we'll agree in writing that we're gonna phase out of this, but we'll write today so that 30 days from now, it will terminate that contract.
from,
So, did you have one more question? And then what I want to do is go back to Mr. Brown to give us next steps. So,
great. My last question was, we were hoping that we would receive, I think it was $250,000 for this initial contract.
240 for the sinking fund?
240?
240.
Okay, so with sports
facility.
facilities
Yeah.
taking over, they'll have, so what will the period of time be for that $240,000? How will we?
We will aim, and I guess we can talk about this, but we will aim for the same level of sinking fund throughout. But it'll be probably quarter by quarter like we're doing, or like we were
So
hoping
we'll
to
set
do.
quarter standards, like we expect this much each quarter? So we'll know by each quarter? I like that a lot
Yes,
better.
that's, I think remaining consistent with that is probably the best way to go.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council President Starr, did you have anything?
30 days.
Yeah, regarding the 30 days, I'm not comfortable making that date today. I'd rather give Mr. Brown and you, Mr. Lindsay, the opportunity to have a conversation with both entities.
Okay.
Before we just rush to sending out a 30-day letter, because
Great idea.
maybe we'll have a conversation with both sides and they say, we need 60 days or we need 90 days,
That's
right? I don't
wise.
want to do something rash and then we kind of be left with nothing. So
Okay.
I would look to the two of you to decide when that is. And if it has to come back to us and say, whatever date is when the letter will be sent, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I just add to that, though?
I want to, I wanted to give Counselor Duran a chance to ask his question, if I may. Counselor? Okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
So
My
the,
apologies.
the question is, in the contract, it said that if they didn't make their, the amount of, the 120,000 per year, they would make it up on the second year. So we're just out that money if we switch. I know,
It was never a guarantee, but that was what we were striving towards.
So we're-
And we can't hold another organization to that past contract.
Right.
Yeah,
But
so-
we can't
So
hold
I
the
think the
people
answer to
that
your
were
question is yes.
in that contract
Yeah.
with the, we're never going to see that money again. Okay,
Yep.
that was my question. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go, Mr. Lindsay, and then about Counselor Cross has a question.
And there is, in the termination clause, there is this idea that they would owe us a pro rata version of whatever that was. So if you had, canceled it 6 months in, they would owe the 60,000 or whatever. But that language clearly states that, whatever's basically owing, it'll basically clean out whatever bank account they have is my understanding of it.
We'll go follow up because I've got 3 questions on this side.
A follow-up on that, can it be stated that their rates will be a little bit higher?
Well,
try and catch
we
up?
actually, thanks, Counselor, for that question. We actually would like to proceed with the rate schedule that they suggested still at the January 6th meeting, because we think that
June?
matches.
July 6th.
I'm sorry, July
Yeah.
6th, yeah. July 6th meeting that they recommended. I think that's consistent with, pretty close to the Keizer Little League field.
Counselor Cross?
So many questions. Okay, so we want so I heard you said that they're slower because it's hot. I feel like there's a lot of soccer tournaments in the summer.
Yeah, there's like one every week, but it's,
So there's a lot, so I mean. It's
All
not
around
like
the
that's a
valley.
slow season. I mean, there's tournaments everywhere in the summer.
every club has a place to go,
Yeah.
but there's not a place at every club, if that makes sense.
No.
No, it doesn't, because there's a lot, I mean, it's all about feeding and
In
finding
other
them
words,
and filling the funnel.
This
We
Saturday,
didn't fill our funnel over at the turf field.
this Saturday is Capital Football Club's tournament, and they, up until maybe last year, have only had one tournament a year. This year they have 2, one at the end of the summer. There's the Adidas Cup. There's also, the week after this is the Flavortown Football Club at Woodburn.
The Capital Cup.
So, no, that's Woodburn Club. So
When is CFC's Capital Cup? Isn't that?
that's this weekend. Well, it's 2 weekends. They do half their division one weekend and half the younger kids the next. So there's tournaments all around the valley each week, but nobody like hosts a tournament every week. No club hosts a tournament every week. In fact, I'm not sure if there's another club that has 2 tournaments besides CFC. I think CFC might be the only one with 2 tournaments a year. So
Okay, so, okay, just so I understand, so you're coming back and so, Mid Valley Soccer Club doesn't want to do this, and you're saying that the Little League Fields has offered to take this over?
Yeah, and I got that notice just today at 3:00, so that's why it's kind of a short notice on it.
Okay, so what if, and this is just me, I'm not speaking for anyone else, just me, but what if we wanted to, because I will say right here, I'm having complete buyer's remorse on, as part of that original RFP process, and I went with the CFC like we all did on that, and then, we had the crowd, that we had the residents come and bite back that we wanted it to be Mid Valley Soccer Club, and now hindsight's 2020 where, hey, we did need a little bit more professional organization there. So my question to you is, this is just easier? Is that why we wouldn't go out to an RFP?
I just passed on the request. As far as a recommendation, you could go out to an RFP. That would be a much more longer process.
Longer? Or could we just go back with the original RFP too? I'm just asking, I'm not saying
Yeah.
that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, and I'm thinking live. So we have an agreement with the sports facilities company. That would be the path of least resistance, but the path is really up to the council.
The council. I just, sometimes things that are easier don't necessarily
I mean, better, yeah,
are better.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Kohler?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to see what the park board thinks about it. I mean,
Yeah.
have they even been consulted?
No, because it just came in 3, but we could certainly go through the Parks Committee.
I'm real hesitant to just jump and do that.
Me too.
So, Counselor Parsons, did you have a question? So what I'm hearing is that we need additional information. This is news, but it keeps us up to date on what, how things are evolving. So this would come back at a later date with recommendations, information, and background on appropriate steps. And I think a lot of you have said what you want to see in that, that recommendation. Counselor Christopher.
I'd just like to put a motion on the table to that effect, but I just would like to make it formal because he was looking for consensus. I'd like to put a motion on the table that said we would like to move forward with a transition, and we would like to bring that back as soon as possible because we have, I agree with Counselor Cross. There's ongoing use for that field. And so as expeditiously as possible, is that can you do that in one? Would you be able to talk with MVCS, SC?
Keizer Community Fields Association?
Would you be able to talk with them and sports
Facilities.
Would you be able to talk with both of them and come back with more information at our next meeting? Could you do it that quickly?
I could definitely have more information at the next meeting. As a result of their last work session, I did reach out to Sports Facilities Company because you asked that be a backup plan. And so they started thinking that way. And I talked to Josh Callahan, one of the West Coast guy in charge. I can't remember his official title, but anyway, I talked to him just before the meeting, just before 5 today, and let him know that I got this request and that I was going to bring it up to you guys tonight. And so he said we'd circle back tomorrow afternoon.
So the crux of my motion is, can you bring back additional information talking with those two parties, and can you do it by the next council meeting? I think we need to move as expeditiously as we possibly can.
Yes.
But wait, there needs to be a second to have you be able to bring that back for the next one.
What's the motion? So what
The
exactly is the
motion is to
motion?
get it together, talking to both of the parties concerned and make recommendations at our next city council meeting. Can that happen that quickly?
Do we need a motion on that?
Well-
I think it was it's just a
Instruction
consensus
to
and
staff.
direction.
That's great, but the point is, I'd like it to happen sooner than later because those fields are setting fallow.
I'll second.
There we go.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council direct staff to,
Meet with both parties, both interested parties, and make recommendations at our next city council meeting.
that. Any discussion?
I don't know that we needed a motion, but okay.
I didn't either. Counselor Cross.
Well, I guess we have the motion now, so I guess I'll discuss. I would say that I think that, again, I don't want to limit our options, and I think it's worth more than discussion this week. So I will be a no vote on this.
Thank you. Anything further? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no.
No.
Noes are Cross and Kohler. Motion passes 5-2. All right. Well, that was unscheduled.
Yeah.
Let's go back to our regularly scheduled discussion. Matt, let's talk about parks. And apparently you've got some more work coming at you guys. Shocker.
So with permission, Madam Mayor, I'd like to knock planning out first since I think it's low hanging fruit.
Sure.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilors. For the record, Matt Ware. I am the Planning Commission Chair. I forgot what my job was. That thing's super hot. We met last week to talk about goats, and I can tell you it was not the greatest of all times. First, in the meeting, we went over the policy on the new grant discussion. Thank you for providing that policy update. I don't think the Planning Commission has ever or will ever apply for grants, but it's very good to know what that responsibility looks like, and so thank you for the opportunity to see that. We did have a conversation to take up the matter that the council sent before Planning Commission, which was to consider whether or not we wanted to initiate a text amendment regarding goats in the urban setting. It was presented as an outright use, sort of, or maybe an emotional support use. And ultimately, the Planning Commission voted to unanimously to not consider any text amendments on goats in the urban setting. So that's where that one landed. There's a lot of literature from Oregon Department of Agriculture and other things that talk about inconsistent uses. And I think the Planning Commission felt that with the changes in our housing type and our housing capacity, the size of lots and things like that, it makes it very unpredictable to manage from a code enforcement perspective. And my own personal soapbox moment was, I think Chief's pretty busy chasing down real crime and not wanting to put Chief's word in Chief's mouths, but probably herding up goats is maybe not at the top of the list when we have real crime happening in the city of Keizer. And so the Planning Commission felt unanimously about that, and our recommendation was to not consider any further action on the goat discussion. Did I characterize that properly, Shane? And then
Can I add words to your mouth?
Say again?
Can I add something?
Please.
Okay, just so you know, the person who came in and applied for that here was at that meeting.
Yes.
And you could attest to what her response was.
She was actually she was very accepting of it. And I think one of the things that I congratulated her on actually was utilizing the entire civic process. I told her most people would have given up at least twice by the time she got to the Planning Commission. And so I very much respected her willingness to go through the process of coming and talking to the council, coming and talking briefly to the Planning Commission on it. But she did not seem, at least from my perspective, overly negatively impacted. So.
Ever since we've talked about it, all I get now is goats on my socials.
Okay.
It's not reading our minds.
No.
AI is not listening.
So
I think.
that was, it was a fascinating discussion. You know, like I said, the woman was very, very kind and very compassionate about where the Planning Commission landed on it. You know, and actually to give additional framework, and I think this is super important contextually. As the chair, I didn't feel really great about asking Shane to turn around and do this kind of a text amendment this quick, because we have some huge things coming down the line in the next few months for Planning Commission. And I just felt from a staff workload capacity is just not the most appropriate use of time. And if we were gonna go down this path, when Shane first called me about it, I said, if we're gonna do this, we have to do it the right way, which means we have to do a lot of community engagement. And that didn't resolve her initial issue for her goats, because frankly, this really couldn't be something we can get till the fall. So in a workload capacity, I just didn't feel super great about asking Dina and Shane and our city attorney to go through a bunch of stuff when we have some really, really, really big stuff coming. And we're in fact meeting on July 1st instead of our typical July 9th because of the workload issues, so. Qualifying it a little bit more. All right, and then I'm gonna hand stuff to Melissa to pass on to you all, unless there's any more questions on the Planning Commission. Made 15 copies, so hopefully it's enough. No other questions on planning?
Not at this time, doesn't look
Okay.
like.
So switching gears to the Parks Board, we had our monthly meeting on the 9th. And it was a really good discussion. We went through the new policy again. Thank you for bringing that up for us. We get the pleasure of giving grants and not asking for grants, which is great. And I just want to say, an editorial note, I think the decision by the council to reduce the parks grant maybe wasn't a feeling that you, an action that you all loved to feel, but I think it was a smart action. I think it was a intelligent, fiscally responsible decision. The parks grant has been around for a long time. It's been very successful, but in the last few years, we've had some challenges trying to prove up. And I think that my task to my colleagues on the Parks Board was to prove it up, get grants in there, and let's make it worth putting that extra money in every year. So thank you for being thoughtful in that process and giving us something to work towards for a new goal. So switching gears on the master plan, the Parks Board is recommending a community-based process to update and amend the 21 Keizer Parks Master Plan. Since the plan was adopted, the City of Keizer and the Public Works Parks Division have made significant progress. The city has addressed backlog operations and maintenance needs, adjusted park equipment, improved facilities, and added new amenities. Because of that progress, the Parks Board determined that it is an appropriate time to return to the community and ask a simple question. What should Keizer Parks system focus on next, park by park? The proposed process would bring together residents, neighborhood associations, park users, community organizations, city leaders, Parks Board members, and city staff. The goal would be to identify practical priorities for operations, maintenance, safety, accessibility, existing amenities, and future improvements. A joint parks task force would help coordinate the process. Its role would be advisory. It would help organize the community discussion, review survey questions, evaluate the results, and assist in developing proposed updates to the Parks Master Plan. Final recommendations would proceed through the Parks Board and the final review and adoption remaining with the City Council. The proposed process would occur in 7 phases over approximately 14 months. First, the city and task force would review the existing plans, summarize improvements completed since 2021, identify areas that may require amendment, update the previous community survey, what we use to establish the parks fee, and prepare the necessary maps and materials. Second, the city would hold a citywide kickoff meeting to explain the process, summarize the progress made since 21, and launch the survey. Third, residents would complete the survey and provide feedback about the parks they use, existing conditions, unmet needs, and future priorities. Fourth, the task force would hold geographically organized neighborhood meetings and 2 citywide town halls to ensure broad community participation. Fifth, the survey and meeting results would be analyzed and organized into a park-by-park and citywide priorities. That may actually happen in conjunction with the fourth. Those findings would be used to prepare proposed amendments to the goals, policies, maps, project priorities, and implementation strategies for the master plan. And sixth, the Park Board would review the findings and proposed amendments, receive additional public comment, request revisions as appropriate, and determine whether to forward a formal recommendation to council. And then finally, the updated amended Parks Master Plan would be presented to City Council for public review, possible revisions, and formal adoption. Following council action, the adopted plan and summary of how community input would be incorporated and be published for the public, and the process would result in an updated master plan that recognizes the work already completed, reflects current community needs, and establishes practical, immediate short-term, medium-term, and long-term priorities. In short, the Parks Board unanimously recommends that the City Council approve the proposed Parks Master Plan update process and direct staff to establish the Joint Parks Task Force. That's the quick bundled up summary, and there's about 15 plus pages that go on. But the short version of this is we had this conversation. We created a tool in the Parks Master Plan or the Parks fee discussion that bore a tremendous amount of fruit in terms of looking at our operations and maintenance obligations throughout the city. I think that's a fantastic tool to resurrect and allow our neighborhoods and anybody, frankly, to fill out that survey to identify their park that they most closely align with or use. We'll strip out, obviously, the funding information, but that'll give us a really, really good idea of where our existing operations and maintenance struggles might be, but it also might let us take a look into the future on things that we may not be thinking about that we might want to add to parks. For example, pickleball was not something that was necessarily on our radar back in 2018. I think to ground it in the most practical area is, I think if this were to go forward, I think we have to be very thoughtful, we have to be prudent, we have to be meaningful and direct in those kinds of things that we include in the updated master plan, so they're not creating promises that we can't deliver on. And we're also not putting the park system in a place that cannot sustain funding at its current level. And I think that's a really important thing to consider as we move forward with this process. But I can tell you West Keizer Neighborhood Association was present for the meeting. Both Rhonda Rich and Carolyn Holman felt that this process as outlined in the quick amount of time that they had to try to digest it was something that they found very favorable. And so we had unanimous support on the Parks Board, and it's before you for consideration on whether or not you all want to move forward with this.
So, just so people know, this is item 9F on tonight's agenda. It is in the packet.
Sorry.
It's actually in there. No, I was listening, and I remembered this is actually on there with the report and the recommendations. So, we have two options. We can have a conversation now and then come back to this under 9F. Or, we can ask Matt to hang around for that, agenda item and go through some of the other items. So are you able to stay around for a little while?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
No, but I guess I will change plans.
Or what we can do is,
It's okay, I'll make it work.
what I'd like to do is, stand by. What we can do is take it out of order, under administrative action, make it A.
I apologize, Madam Mayor, I know better and I didn't see it.
No, and I should have thought of it as you started. So, with council consent, we will, take this up under 9 and we'll bump it up to the top of administrative action so you can get on with your evening. So, would that be acceptable to council? Any objection to the change in the agenda? We will do that. So let's get through our consent, public comment, our one public hearing, and then we will go to this discussion on the parks.
And in fact, okay, sounds good.
Does that work? Okay. Thank you. So we will press pause. All right, public comment? Okay. Oh, I've got Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association under Neighborhood Association reports.
Hi, everybody. Griffin Walker, President of Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association. And
Tammy Saldivar, Vice President.
we wanted to give you all a couple updates tonight from the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association. So we're going to make a meeting time change. Like most of the other neighborhood associations, we don't have general meetings over the summer. But starting this autumn, when we start back up again in September, we're going to be shifting our meeting time from 7 p.m. to 6:30, which is more in line with the other neighborhood associations. And also so that we can have a little bit less competition with an event that's typically going on towards the tail end of our meetings. So we're going to be making that shift. We also wanted to give you all an update on the graffiti program. As you all know, unfortunately, the JR OTC program over at McNary is no more, which means that we don't have those students to help with graffiti abatement anymore. So we are going to be exploring other options at McNary to see if there's any other student groups that might be interested. We're also considering reaching out to Valor Mentoring to see if there might be some interest there to help. But in the meantime, we are going to be running a adult-only abatement this summer from volunteer residents in Keizer. So if anybody is interested, we're likely going to be running that towards the end of June or beginning of July, depending on interest and when we can organize something together. You can either email info@northwestkeizer.org for more information. You can reach out to us via a contact form on our website at northwestkeizer.org. Or if you know Hirsch Sangster's contact information, you can reach out to him directly because he will be organizing that. And I know many folks in Keizer know Hirsch's contact information, so any one of those things will work. So we are looking for volunteers to at least do something over the summer to help with that abatement.
Have we have a question on that before we go forward? Councilor Christopher?
Thank you. So where are you doing this graffiti abatement?
So generally, Hirsch will reach out to the city to find out what areas need to be most targeted. So we'll likely be doing the same kind of thing. We don't just limit it to our neighborhood association.
Great. So over the weekend, I happened to wander over to Carlson Skate Park, and so there is graffiti on the skate park. And I've got to tell you, some of it's pretty artsy, and some of it is pretty gangy. And so it's a mix, and so I put it on Keizer Community Girl, and there's a lot of opinions. I had 7,300 so far engaged on strong opinions on graffiti. Here's what I would ask of you. Please don't do Carlson Skate Park.
No, well,
I want to bring that back to K-PAC, and I want to have a meaningful discussion, maybe a community day. I don't know yet. I just did not anticipate that there would be that much attention. So please don't do Carlson Skate Park for just a little while.
okay,
It's up to the city to tell us where they want.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
And, you know, on that, Counselor Christopher, I saw that posting and the discussion with it, and I'm of the opinion that graffiti is a very, very strong part of skate culture. So
I
it really
agree.
should be. I mean, the gang stuff, that needs to go away, but
I've had 2 people volunteer to help with the community
it's a
day.
great way for folks in that community to help with expression and to take ownership of those areas. And it's also been shown that artistic graffiti like that has a tendency to stop other like gang-related graffiti from
100%,
happening.
Griffin.
So, yeah, we wouldn't be touching that.
One artist won't diss another artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they do, they get in trouble from the community in
Yeah.
different ways, so.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Go ahead. Anybody else?
Any other questions on the graffiti? Okay. Oh, Counselor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you for taking that on. That's
Yeah.
a big lift, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. We do have 2 other items, but they're appropriate to the conversation that you all are having about the neighborhood association ordinance later. So we didn't know if this was going to be you talking to the neighborhood associations or if you wanted some feedback now. I heard my name taken in vain in one of the meetings when you all were talking about hybrid meetings. So not in vain, but my name was mentioned on possibly knowing a bit about hybrid meetings when you all were conversing or talking about possibly having the neighborhood associations run hybrid meetings with the Owls. So I have some feedback on that. And then we also had a
You
question.
mean as an expert?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we also had a question about one of the edits to the ordinance that we wanted to ask you all. So,
What I'd like to do is, we have comments from several neighborhood associations, so have everybody come up under 9E.
Okay.
And again, ask you to stick around so we can have all that conversation together.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all we have tonight.
Any additional questions for Northwest? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other committee reports tonight?
Sisterhood of the Traveling Fan.
Yeah, let's get more of those.
Okay. Any other neighborhood association reports aside from item 9E?
Yeah, Mario is.
What?
Did you ask for committee reports?
Yes, I did.
Mario, that's you.
Okay, then
This
come
is
on down.
brand new Mario.
All right. Okay, come on down. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm the newest volunteer for the Keizer Public Art Commission. And just some of the most relevant stuff that we have discussed in the last meetings are the Keizer Public Art Commission just approved concept design for a mural at the restaurant Los Dos Hermanos. And the artists agree on finish it by the end of June, last time I checked. And then also we agreed on work on maintenance for the public art that it's already been displayed, as replace and clean plaques and signs, graffiti removal and stuff. Also work on inspection and inventory for the art that's been displayed. Also, last time I checked, the McNary High School students were working on this street art program. They're gonna install it outside the school. Oh, that's that, yeah. So that's that. And then also we're working on relocate some art sculptures on River Road and new locations. And then also we've been approving another utility box scrap. We just, one of the members is discussing some details with the artwork, but it's getting done. And that's like the latest update that we have.
Awesome.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mario? Counselor Christopher?
I'm going to fill in a little bit because now we know more.
Yeah.
So Tammy Saldivar, who is helping us coordinate with the McNary students,
Right.
she has sent me the dimensions so we can buy the paint ahead of time. We don't know if the students will be able to complete it by the end of June, but we'll certainly have the expenses in this budget period. And Tammy sent me the photograph. Whoops, how do I do this?
There you go, there you go.
There we
Yep,
go.
right there. It's on.
I'm watching over there.
Don't move it.
Okay, so here's the graphic that's been designed by McNary student Rachel Wood. I don't know if any of you know her.
Maybe.
And so we feel pretty confident that we have some leverage to get this painted this summer.
But it was a blind.
Oh, it was blind. It was blind judging, for sure.
yeah.
And they didn't know, and in fact, Tammy shared with me that once they decided on the artist, she started asking a little bit about her, and she goes, well, are you familiar with Keizer? And she said, yeah, my dad works there. And Tammy went, oh. So anyway, that is good. The mural is going to start, Marlene's helping us with the mural.
Oh, really?
Wednesday, 9 a.m. So Wednesday at 9 a.m., we'll start the mural on Los Dos Hermanos. And Mario Salazar, I have to tell you, is an artist, and he is brand new to KPAC, and he did an excellent job reporting tonight. And also blind, we did not know, it's his artwork is the very first one for the stormwater. He's the octopus. And that's good. It's great.
Really awesome.
Thank you.
It's just a great, and so we're gonna get that done before June, aren't we,
Yeah.
Mario?
Yeah, I was talking to Stacy Perry. Yeah. She contacted me and we're gonna have a meeting to discuss all the details on that.
And that's
Yeah.
gonna be on Alder in front of,
The school.
what's the name of the school?
Weddle.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, in front of Weddle. So the kids will love that. They'll love that octopus.
Yeah.
That'll give us a little push too to say, we're still accepting, we have one more location working with
Right,
environmental services. So we could take another artist and get that done, and we're gonna give you lots of attention. Keizer Times will come out, probably watch you paint it, and then that'll kick the other artists in
Yeah, hopefully.
the rear to get going.
Yeah, hopefully.
And, yeah, great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so any other committee reports? Neighbors Association and outside of 9E. Okay, we will then go to public comment. This time is provided for citizens to address the council on any matters other than those on the agenda scheduled for public hearing. We have one public hearing scheduled this evening, the certification of lighting district assessments. If you're here for that, stand by. And under written comment, we have several. Many of these are related to 9E, but not all. We have Dustin Carstetter, resident of Keizer, concerns with Keizer Community Fields Association agreement related to management of the turf fields. Ryan Finneran, founding secretary, Keizer Community Fields Association, in favor of keeping the original vision and structure related to the management of the Keizer Community Fields. Griffin Walker, resident of Keizer, concerns about firework enforcement and requests for increased enforcement around 4th of July. Chief will be asking about that. Nancy Grace, resident of Keizer, Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association, updates to the Keizer City Code related to neighborhood associations, opposes suggesting update that would mandate all meetings take place at Keizer Event Center using the city's owl in support of other proposed changes. Lisa Little, resident of Keizer, Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Watch Board member and secretary, opposes suggested update that would mandate all meetings take place at the Keizer Event Center using the city's owl in support of other proposed changes. Catherine Williamson, resident of Keizer, Greater Northeast Keizer Neighbors Association board member, opposes suggested update that would mandate all meetings take place at the Keizer Event Center using the city's owl in support of other proposed changes. Patty Tischer, resident of Keizer, Greater Gubser North Neighbors Association president, requests for the annual reports from the neighbors associations be due between January 1 and March or April. And then Colleen Bush, Southeast Keizer Neighbors Association president, list of comments and questions regarding the Neighbors Association ordinance. Is that everything? Okay, want to make sure there wasn't anything on the back. Those are all entered into the record. And Griffin, do you want to come and talk about the fireworks?
Hi, folks. Griffin Walker, this time just a Keizer resident, concerned Keizer resident. So I would like to read what I sent him for you all, just so you all can hear it. So the house fire on Newburgh Drive this past Friday really drove home how much fire danger we're likely to see this summer and how quickly an accidental fire can spread to nearby homes. As such, I'd like to ask about enforcement of the City of Keizer's firework ordinance, particularly around the 4th of July holiday. According to information received from a Keizer Police Public Records request last August, which I've included for you all, there was a total of 42 calls to the non-emergency number regarding fireworks from 7/2 to 7/6/25. Of these calls, 8 were responded to, and there were no citations given for illegal fireworks. This is a 19% response rate to these types of calls. Considering the significant number of illegal fireworks that are easy to see by anyone within city limits on the 4th of July, as well as the days leading up to and after the holiday, I find it incredibly frustrating that there were no citations given of Keizer City Ordinance 2022-851 and 2023-866 last year. While I understand that many reports may not include addresses of an incident, I personally witnessed illegal fireworks in use on 7/3/25 after walking to the cul-de-sac behind my home, witnessing illegal fireworks in use, and then reporting an exact address to the non-emergency number. Approximately 45 minutes after reporting, the fireworks stopped for about 15 minutes and then continued again for over 2 hours. I did not bother to report the significant number of illegal fireworks blasting over my home from the neighbors immediately behind me on the next day on the holiday, although I did spend time picking up a multitude of burnt firework debris and partially spent fireworks around my property the next morning. Aside from the fire danger that illegal fireworks pose, the impact to military veterans with PTSD, families with pets, and our local wildlife are all significant. I hope that the Keizer Police Department will consider increased enforcement of Ordinance 2023-866 around the 4th of July holiday. Folks, it's bad, and with this being the 250th birthday of our country, it's gonna be worse. There have already been fireworks behind my home this weekend. Nothing illegal yet that I could tell. I didn't actually see them bursting, but on the 3rd, I had a fireworks show that I could watch from my backyard, which some people enjoy. I have an older dog who was okay with fireworks until about 3 years ago when a mortar was fired directly over my backyard and freaked him out. And now I have to drug him, play loud music, put a thunder shirt on him, and his mom, my wife, has to cuddle him close for hours upon hours. And it's not just on the day before or the day of or the day after. It is weeks before and it is weeks after, and it is random times and very difficult for people who react, for pets who react, for military veterans who react, to anticipate these booms coming. So I would just strongly encourage, we have an ordinance. We have something that says you're not supposed to be doing this, but it does not seem to be enforced. And I understand the difficulty of enforcement because I'm sure that the reports coming in are, there's some fireworks in my neighborhood. And that's difficult to follow up on. But when a specific address is given and there doesn't seem to be anything done. That's incredibly frustrating and makes me wonder why we're reporting at all, or why we have this ordinance on the books if it's not going to be enforced.
Thank you very much. And the ones that went off in my neighborhood, yeah, they kind of reverberated through the house this weekend. So yes, they're out there already. And I know you've got a question. Would it be okay if I went to Chief first and then follow up with questions, or is this something you want to direct to?
No,
Ribbon?
well, I was going to direct it to staff, but I'll let,
Okay, Chief, do you want?
he outranks me, so I will defer to Chief.
Thank you.
But I want the dog here next meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, this is a conversation we've been having for about 6 months now at the police department. Looking back, I appreciate you coming here. I was equally frustrated last year. We educated and probably more people than we probably should have. Fireworks are hard to enforce. It is hard. It is hard, and when you have a limited number of officers going to about, and 42, and it's funny how 42 reported calls, but sometimes the way the CAD dispatch ends up is like they stack calls on different calls, and so we end up with like 3 different firework calls on one call. So I think we have about an average, my guess is over the last 5 years, between 70 and 100 firework calls over the weekend. And this, I love that 4th of July is super fun, but it's on a Friday. The 3rd is a Friday and the 4th is a Saturday.
Bad.
So we've taken extra steps this year to make sure we are going to be out doing a couple things. We're going to educate our officers on the ordinance again. We've already done that, and we're not, everybody's working. And we're going to provide some overtime opportunities for some folks to come in and then have some reserves out as well. So we should be out in full force this year.
Are you going to write tickets?
I can't promise that, not from here. I can promise that we will be out responding to these calls, and if someone needs a ticket, they're going to get a ticket. So, and it's also hard because the ordinance, and you've read it, you know, it's like, if it's on your property, we can cite the property owner. Not a lot of fireworks are lit off on the property. So you get there, it's on the street, and you have 30 people around trying to figure out who gets the ticket. And you have to identify who lit it. And then, anyway, so it's just, you know, as it is hot, and I just did a weather forecast look, it looks like it's going to be in the 80s, you know, for the later part of, as far as I could look, the later part of June, low 80s, maybe mid 80s. We'll get some education out there as much as we can. We'll team up with the fire department as well to kind of educate the community, and then we will be out doing the best we can. So, and I will report back to the council on the, I guess we meet on the 6th? On the 6th, on how we did. Hopefully, we do a little better than we did last year.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome.
So I do have a quick question. I'll go to Council President Starr. One of the things is to really encourage people to call, because our police need to have those coordinates, even if it isn't exact. And other jurisdictions have announced in the past that they will not be responding. City of Salem and Marion County actually have publicly stated in the past, I do not know what their plans are this year, that they would not respond to the calls, which made our lives a whole lot noisier. And don't get me started about Polk County, because everything going off across the river, we can hear over here. I'm just glad most of it's not flying across the river anymore, like it used to happen. So, Chief, are there efforts going to be taken to encourage people to go ahead and call?
That can be part of our Facebook, Instagram messaging as well.
Okay.
And then it's also working with, and we do this, we call down to our dispatch and we make sure that we are not lumped in with Salem and Marion County and with all the other agencies in which we give them our expectations on how we respond in Keizer.
Okay.
So sometimes it gets lost, and there's, so we hope that it gets back to us this year.
Thank you. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Chief, you answered a lot of the questions that I had specifically around communication. Like, when are we going to start communicating this on our social media? I don't think we can communicate too soon and too strongly. I think strong language is probably appropriate. I have a question about at what point or who makes the call on, red flag weather and, banning everything in the city? Because I was, just out there today with the breeze and the hot weather and, to your point, Mr. Walker, the fire last week. I want us to think about that. I think we need to think about it. Number three, I think we know what areas in the city are problem areas for fireworks. I mean, I didn't invite somebody over to sit on my back deck if you want and look at over Country Glen Park. It's a problem area. It has been for the 19 years that I've lived here. And it happens every year. So I think, do we need to call on that? I mean, we know it's a problem in that area. So if we know the problem areas, I'd like to see some proactive, we just got to do something. And maybe they're listening, right? So they'll hear tonight that we know it's a problem area. And number four, do we need to review the ordinance and make it tougher, stricter, tighter? That's a question. I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to look to Coach Joe over here, Mr. Lindsay, and see what.
Well, the fire folks are the ones who call the red flag.
Okay.
So that's sort of their expertise.
Okay.
And then it's true, you guys have an ordinance that if it's a red flag, then nobody's supposed to be launching these things off.
Yeah.
So that is one thing.
And is that fire danger? Is that what you mean by?
Yeah, red flag.
Red flag,
Just the fire danger.
Yep. Okay, but do we need to make the do we need to review the ordinance? That's my question, not just just a thought, putting it out there. I don't know.
You guys also enforce the state, the state statute as well?
We do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Councilors. We do have the state ordinance, which we can also fall under the statute, but the city ordinance is written pretty well. It's always worth a review when, you have the public and a little bit of an outcry. It is written pretty well. It gives us an authority for violation level. Everything the state statute does is criminal.
Great. So maybe we can
look at it.
see how this year goes.
Sure.
And see what we need to do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Strong language out on that. So.
Councilor Parsons?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, so I have two questions. One was kind of Shaney's. If we know the exact address or place, because they've done this every year, is that something we can give to you ahead of time, so maybe you guys could just proactively drive in that area? Number two, do you confiscate those ones, even though you can't see who gets the ticket? Can you at least confiscate those illegal fireworks?
Before they're lit?
That's a great, thank you, Council Parsons. So in the past, back when I was a patrol lieutenant, I went through the previous year's calls for service, and if there was a call that we could identify where there was calls, I went and knocked on the doors 3 days ahead of time and just reminded people that they're not supposed to do that. I don't know if it worked or not. It seemed like people were pretty shocked that we'd knock on doors, but we did. And so that's something we'll look at this year again. I think that's a great idea, and it kind of puts people in a right frame of mind that we will be out and enforcing these things. And then confiscating fireworks is hard because you can have the legal ones that you buy, right? But the illegal ones, there's a whole bunch of laws about taking fireworks from people. You got to find them. They have to admit it. And without us knowing ahead of time, without getting a warrant to go in their house, and they're just offering them to us. But
So you
if
tell
we
them,
see
no,
that they're
leave,
illegal,
and then they're gonna light them.
if we see that they're illegal, yes, we can take those. So,
All right. Good. We'll all pitch in this year to help make it the best we can. But yeah, I'm with you. I've got a dog that goes through the moon on her way to Pluto. So, yeah. All right. Rebecca Ross. And and just, you know, the name city residents in 5 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Staff, Chief. I had a whole speech written up about the Keizer Community Field. My name is Rebecca Ross. I am officially now a Salem resident. I am the prior former general manager of the Keizer Community Fields. And I had a whole speech written up about how we got here and the situation that we're in now. However, with the new information that the city manager gave us and the communication among the city council, I think it kind of shows exactly why we're here. They were referred to, the Keizer Community Fields were referred to as the soccer folks. They were also just referred to as Mid-Valley Soccer. When I sat here in October of 2024, it was not about soccer. It was about the community aspect of the field and providing turf for all sports, all entities, even communities, and even birthday parties. We had so many reservations for family turkey bowl days and all sorts of different entities out there. We had a school dance out there. We had lots. I had really big hopes. There was also some doubts that some city councilors had, and I took that as a fun challenge to prove to them and even tried to show them as things were going that we were on the right path. However, the people that we referred to, it wasn't a group effort in everybody wanting it for the community. There was a sense of entitlement that was there, and it quickly began to not go the way as it should have. I think that those checks and balances that fell apart were, I feel like we could have had our quarterly meetings and been able to talk about the things that were happening and even learning, bouncing off one another. None of those meetings were ever held, never even request for anything until January of 2026, even though there was concerns that were brought up. I am the one that signed the contract with the city manager, and so I felt like I communicated very well with them, trying to hold, other parties accountable for the things that we said that we were going to work for as a community, because I very much saw this as team for all of us. I represented the city because you guys entrusted KCFA, and it was then taken over, and it was not, I feel like it was set up really well and it was not executed well. And I think that there are a lot of things that could have happened differently. During that time, we also secured a grant for the next step in the Keizer Community Fields. And that was where we helped talk for securing a grant. And that was the lacrosse organization. They had their kids go out there last minute and speak at a hearing. And those were the type of community members that we were trying to get involved to make Keizer Community Fields exactly what we preached, and instead it was taken away, and there was no opportunity for any public entity, even after multiple times where that's where I had requested as the employee general manager that I think we should go to the neighborhood associations. I think we should put it out on social media, and we should try to get as much community help as possible, and that's not how it went. I feel like the Keizer Community Fields did do a really good job of paying their own bills. They supported a full-time employee. They paid their own light bill since July of 2025. We did all of the cleaning supplies. We took care of everything that we could, and handing it over to the other entity, which I think is great because I think it has shown that the entity that is now in control is not capable of handling the management. We'll be paying that entity. And Keizer Community Fields was paying for themselves and supplying everything. I'm trying to think of... From the original budget, the only thing that was different was the member usage rate, which was being monopolized by one organization. Example, the school district needed to play their middle school games on our fields, and we turned the Salem.
So that is 5 minutes.
Yep.
Do you have like one more sentence to wrap up?
I really appreciate you guys listening to me in October in 2024, and I really still hope that that can be something that we can work towards as a community, because I still have hope in that, and so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ross? No questions. All right, thank you. Dustin Karstetter? And again, just name, city of residence in 5 minutes.
Dustin Karstetter, City of Keizer. Thank you, City Council, staff members, for the time. Again, similar to Rebecca, I'd had some prepared notes that changed a little bit on the fly with Mr. Brown's comments there. So obviously the plan has changed a little bit. But I would like to still give some comments, ask a few questions, as the council will obviously be evaluating whatever the new process will look like moving forward. I would first like to just state that, you know, while obviously the decision seems altruistic, the other side of that coin might be that there is an attempt to avoid accountability for where we reached to this point, based on the nature of the work session that was done last week. And I would just, you know, ask that the city council be very deliberate in you know, their review and what the options might look like, what the alternatives may be that are considered moving forward in regard to however the management, the fields look moving forward, whether it's another local group, whether it's sports facilities, is that the name of the company out at the Little League fields? One question that I had when that statement was made, you know, given how strenuously Mid-Valley Soccer Club had pushed for them maintaining the management of the fields back during the RFP process, there was a strong push for it being kept local. That was one thing that I constantly heard from watching back some of the meetings, from a lot of the written comments that came in from members of Mid-Valley Soccer Club, stating that they would lose access to the fields if the management contract was given to an outside group. And as I understand it, Sports Facilities is based out of Florida. They're a large national company. So I'd have some questions in terms of how quickly that agreement came, or that decision to pursue that option came together, with how strenuously there was a fight to try and keep it local and keep you know, the focus on the Salem Keizer community. Based on some of the council conversation tonight, there's concern over, you know, potentially losing the chance of recouping funds based on the current management agreement. And adding to that, I would have serious concerns about, you know, a potential strategy that would include Mid-Valley Soccer Club being involved in the transition, or whatever the role might be in maintaining a part in the continued management agreement, just from, again, where we've gotten to at this point, and how quickly that has turned to trying to offload the management potentially to another outside group. Just a few other comments, again, kind of referring to the recent work session. Following up on Councilor Christopher, your request that you know, Nick and David take time to become familiar at that point with the contract that is currently still in force. Obviously, we don't know what it's going to look like moving forward. But with those comments, I would just add that Mid-Valley Soccer Club was considered a member. You know, they won the RFP along with Salem Women's Football. They had a member on the a member representative on the KCFA board the entire time. So a concern that I would have is why they weren't already familiar with the contract, why there weren't representatives within their organization that had knowledge of what the requirement was within the contract, and were able to hold to that. Pretty much in closing, I would just like to say that there was much discussion at the work session about appropriate next steps, including discussion of what the alternatives would look like. I think that there are still a lot of options on the table. I think there is the possibility of an RFP. There's the possibility of looking at other local organizations that do have experience in running these types of facilities. And to really look at, all of the actions and steps that were taken through Mid-Valley Soccer's involvement up to this point, and what their involvement might look like with any sort of transition plan, and how they might remain involved, given that, ending the agreement or whatever changes might be made might result in losing the amount that was already lost, and serve as somewhat of a get out of jail free card, or, way to kind of wipe away the past and still maintain some sort of ownership involvement or management of the fields in cooperation with sports facilities or whatever that might look like. So that's everything that I had for tonight. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Carstetter? No questions.
Thank you.
That is everybody I hadn't signed up for public comment. Did I miss anybody? Okay, we are going to go to the consent calendar. Council President Starr.
The consent calendar for Monday, June 15th, 2026 reads, Item 7A, approval of the June 1st, 2026 regular session minutes. Item B, approval of the June 8th, 2026 work session minutes. And item C, a resolution to for certification of delinquent sewer accounts.
Thank you. Are there any polls? Seeing no polls, Council President Starr.
I move that the Keizer City Council approve the consent calendar as read.
Second.
The consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Public hearing. I'd like to open a public hearing for resolution certification of lighting district assessments. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The city manager has this item.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, City Council, as we discussed during the Budget Committee meetings, we do a lighting district. We have 212 districts throughout the city of Keizer. As many of you are aware, the city fronts the money to put in the lighting district, all the infrastructure, and then pays the first year of lighting costs, electricity. And then we turn around and put that on people's property tax statements. With that, if there's any additional questions, I'd be free to address those. However, I would add, if there are neighborhoods out there where people are interested in adding lighting districts, get together with your neighbors. If you can get to a consensus of your neighbors that you want to put one in, reach out to the city and we can start that process. Thank you.
Councilor Parsons?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Wood, these go up every year, don't they?
It largely depends on the price of electricity, so unfortunately, yes, they did go up this year.
Well, I just gonna say in 10 years, mine has doubled. I mean, are we gonna see, LED lights are supposed to be cheaper and last longer, but I'm not seeing that, nor have I ever seen that in my lighting district. So is that what PGE has said to us?
I believe a lot of them are LEDs. I'll have to look at your specific area and see. Probably 6, maybe 8 years ago, they went through and did a major project to upgrade all the lighting. But I can double check in your area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the staff report? Okay, is there anyone signed up to testify under this public hearing? Okay, we don't have anybody signed up on the sheet. Open the floor to anyone who would like to address the council on this matter. Seeing none. Councilors, do you need anything further before we close the public hearing? Seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. Council President Shaw, would you please put the motion on the table?
I move the Keizer City Council adopt resolution R2026 certification of the lighting district assessments.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt resolution R 2026 certification of lighting district assessments. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes public hearings for this evening. We're going to go to administrative action. And we did agree to bring up item 9F to the front. Mr. Lawyer has asked that we go through the rest of the agenda and keep it in order. Any objection?
Oh.
So let's go ahead and, hearing no objection, then we will go to receive recommendation from Multimodal Safety Committee, MMSC, to request funding from the Keizer Rotary and Salem Bicycle Club for a helmet program. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Public Works Director has this item.
Ms. Blaylock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councilors. As you may recall, back in April 20th, the council had a discussion on the Multimodal Safety Committee's grant application to the Rotary for bicycle helmets, which ultimately led to a motion for a policy that would outline the steps for committees to take whenever they wanted to apply for grants. So a policy has been adopted since, and per that policy, staff is bringing forward a request by the Multimodal Safety Committee for approval to apply for, receive, and use grant and donation funds as outlined in your packet, which includes a $500 grant from Keizer Rotary and a $500 donation from the Salem Bicycle Club. The helmets that will be purchased with the approved funds will be provided at several of the upcoming events in the community, including Public Works Day, the Keizer Serve Fest, and Keizer Fire District Open House, for example. With that, if you have questions, I'll take them, but staff is recommending that the council receive the recommendation from the Multimodal Committee to request grant funding from Rotary and donations from the Salem Bicycle Club for the helmet program.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the staff report? Mr. Sangster, would you share with us about the helmet program, please?
The helmet program has been around since 1997, and it's a program that was started because of the ordinance that was established for helmets in the parks for all. So the city council at that time decided, let's be fair, let's have a program. And we've received donations. ODOT provided one of our original grants. They don't do helmets anymore. So we've, over the years, gotten donations from city council, individuals, businesses. And this last October, we ran out of helmets. Finally, and we needed some more, so we're in the process of getting some grants from Rotary, and because of our working the Monster Cookie with Safe Routes this year, the Salem Bicycle Club requested that we put in a request to them, which we're going through, and they are going to give $500, and that will help us through this year. Right now, we not only do events, but we did an event last week at Weddell Elementary with help from the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association, and we fitted about 15 helmets there. We'll be at Public Works. Salem, Keizer Elementary called last week and had 2 kids that needed helmets. Cummings Elementary counselor called 2 weeks ago, and we fitted helmets. The police department has our number, so we can fit helmets with kids. We store the helmets with Public Works in the well house and all. We keep our supply there, and it's nice, cool, dry, and secure. But we go on donations. We do charge $5 for helmets as a donation. But if there's emergent need, like last year we got a phone call for 5 kids at Samonka House, we don't charge. Or if a counselor or a teacher says it's no need, there's a need here, so we do that. And whatever money we do collect for the helmets goes into a special helmet fund that Tim manages, which is not very much money there right now. about $400?
Actually, 940. Still not a lot, but a
Okay.
little more than you thought.
With our grant money, we'll have enough helmets to go through next school year, I hope. But since '97, we have fitted well over 6,000 helmets in Keizer, for Keizer kids at all the events and individual fitting.
Awesome. Questions of Mr. Sangster? So if people want to get a hold of the helmet program, they get a hold of the city, and then staff gets a hold of you. Mr. Wood?
Donate directly to the City of Keizer Helmet Fund.
Okay.
And the more, right now, we're down to about 30 helmets. And maybe at this event on Wednesday, we'll fit 30 helmets, and then we'll have some money coming in to buy. We buy through Helmets R Us, which is in Tacoma. They are catered to nonprofits, and we can get the helmets at a very reasonable price, and at about $1 per helmet for shipping too, so.
Wonderful. Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Hirsch, for all the work that you and Marianne and your team do to.
Yeah, Mary Ann's, she can fit helmets better than
We
I can.
know, we know who the boss is. Yeah. So you mentioned you had about 30 helmets left,
Yeah.
but I thought I heard Mr. Wood say that you have 900 in the bank. Are you putting an order in so we don't run out?
Yes.
Okay.
We would like to, because of the price is going up, Helmets R Us requires a minimum order now of 24 helmets.
Good to know. Okay.
So with that, we want to get as many as possible.
Gotcha.
And since we have a nice, cool, dry, secure place to store them, we get as many as we can, and then we get calls even during the winter.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we weren't going to go a period of time without helmets.
No.
So, okay,
No,
perfect. Thank you.
No, we don't want to do that.
Yeah. So, thank you.
And if you notice, we have the canary blue and almost Oregon State orange.
Well, I wasn't going to comment. I was going to ask where the green and gold were, but.
We do have green ones.
Okay, good. Thank you.
If they insist.
Now, the way we do on the sizing is colors are the sizes, so.
Got it. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions? Council President Starr, would you please put a motion on the table?
I move the Keizer City Council authorize application, acceptance, and use of bicycle helmet program donations and grant funds consistent, consistent with city policy, and direct staff to administer purchases for the bike helmet safety program through the city-maintained bicycle helmet account.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council authorize application, acceptance, and use of bicycle helmet program donations and grant funds consistent with city policy, and direct staff to administer purchases for the bicycle helmet safety program through the city-maintained bicycle helmet account. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously.
We'll be in contact.
Thank you very much. We'll see you at Public Works Day on Wednesday,
Yes.
10 to 2. Keizer Rapids Park, be there. Next up is item 9B, Park Fee Waiver, Claggett Creek Middle School Back to School Kickoff Events. City Manager?
Madam Mayor, Council Assistant City Manager Tim Wood has this item.
Mr. Wood?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong end. I jumped to this one. The
9B,
9B. This is Claggett Creek
yes.
Middle School.
Yep. It's for their September 1st and 3rd.
That is for me.
I was looking up someone's address in our system, to figure out what their lighting costs were. Sorry about that.
Squirrel?
Squirrel, yep, so squirrel. 2 meetings ago, we had representatives from Claggett Creek Middle School approach the council requesting to use 2 of our parks in September. The council requested that we bring back a formal proposal. This is the formal proposal. The total fee waiver is $302 for both of the events. One will be at Claggett Creek Park and one will be at Keizer Rapids Park. So far, we've had no other requests for those dates. So with that, I'd be free to address any additional questions. This is for a back-to-school event for the middle school. as a way of starting to build community with the elementary schools in that area.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Wood or on the staff report? Okay. I know the school just got out, but you cannot plan these things early enough.
That's right.
All right, Council President Starr.
I move that the Keizer City Council approve the waiver of fees in the amount of $302 for the Claggett Creek Middle School back-to-school kickoff events on September 1st, 2026 and September 3rd, 2026.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council approve the waiver of fees in the amount of $302 for the Claggett Creek Middle School back-to-school kickoff events on September 1st, 2026 and September 3rd, 2026. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Let's go to item 9C, an ordinance relating to childcare allowances and alternative design review amending Keizer Code Appendix A. Something tells me this goes to Mr. Witham. Is that correct?
I think so.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. So yes, this is back before you. We had a public hearing on May 4th regarding these changes to the development code. They were driven by some changes to the state law and how the terminology and the definitions for childcare uses are governed in our state. And so we had required some conditional uses. We required some special permitted uses. State essentially said, you can't do that. You need to allow these things outright. And then anyway, so that we are back with the actual ordinance and the findings for adoption. So this is the last step along the way. In addition, there was a tweak we had to make to the chart regarding accessory dwelling units being located in front yards, because the code said, hey, go to planning commission in this part, but everywhere else it said, no, do it as you would any other type 1C action. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Thank you very much, and thank you for redlining it so we knew which pages to look at. At least I did. I could scroll through and find it. Any questions on the staff report or the findings? Seeing none, Council President Starr.
I move the Keizer City Council adopt ordinance 2026 relating to child care allowances and alternative design review and amending Keizer Code Appendix A.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt ordinance 2026 relating to child care allowances and alternative design review, amending Keizer Code Appendix A. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Item 9D, resolution authorizing city manager to enter into 2026 Salem Area Mass Transit District and City of Keizer Mutual Aid and Assistance Agreement. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. This is item I'm pleased to bring to you. We've been working with Salem Area Mass Transit District, also known as Chariots by many, on a mutual aid agreement for emergency support services. We both have a shared interest in emergency support, and Salem Area Mass Transit District has been a good partner in supporting our efforts at emergency management. They come to nearly all of our quarterly emergency management meetings. Both of us have assets that the other could utilize in the event of an emergency. And so we open talks to this. An interesting side note, I asked my city manager listserv if anybody had examples of mutual aid agreements with transit or schools, and got crickets. So I don't know that there's really many of these throughout the state. But to give an example of what that might include is they might need our light generators or debris removal for their transit center property. And examples that we might use them is for evacuating residents in danger, or using their buses for warming and cooling shelters. So we worked through this agreement that's in front of you. There's no money exchanged. However, if there's a federal or state declaration where there's supporting funding for it, then the parties can seek reimbursement through federal, state, or other agencies. The use or granting of assets is completely at the discretion of the grantor. So the city, if they requested something from the city, it would be our discretion. If we have it tied up, obviously we're not going to allow it to go out, but if we have the ability, then we would let it use it. Same with them, too. If we said we really need evacuation, but they couldn't get buses to us, then it's their discretion. So, but we recommend approval of this agreement, mutual aid agreement, which has been reviewed by both legal counsel for Salem Area Mass Transit and the city's legal counsel.
All right, great. So questions? One real quick one. So is this something that, as you've been working through our emergency management plan update, that surfaced as an opportunity?
Yeah, as we were looking through the mutual aid agreements, we thought, wow, I wonder why we don't have them with Chariots, because they're at all our meetings. They're a great participant in the county emergency management. And so, and they obviously have assets that we don't have, and the ability to move people that we don't have. So we actually would want to pursue one with the school district, similar need for us, but also we might have something that could aid them at some point too.
Sounds like a good plan. All right, any questions on the agreement? Seeing none, Council President Starr.
I move that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R2026, authorizing the city manager to enter into a 2026 Salem Area Mass Transit District and City of Keizer Mutual Aid and Assistance Agreement.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R 2026, authorizing the city manager to enter into a 2026 Salem Area Mass Transit District and City of Keizer Mutual Aid and Assistance Agreement. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. E, all right. 9E is for our neighborhood associations. So I'm going to do, as for the staff report, we'll have questions here and then want to hear from the neighborhood associations who have come here to comment as well. So with that, we'll lead off with Mr. Brown.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor and Council. Your city attorney has put together the revisions to the neighborhood association ordinance that were discussed in work session and also some things that have come up subsequently. So I'm happy to turn the time over to Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So there was your work session that you held on April 13th, so about 2 months ago. Part of the timing of coming forward right now was we had run out of our budgeted amount of money to publicize our changes in ordinances. So when you now change over, the budget from the next year will actually go towards the publication of ordinances from now on. So we have more money in there, so we can go ahead and start to make more changes again. So that's one of the reasons you're seeing it now. But at the April 13th work session, and I believe everyone was there, there was a robust back and forth between all of the counselors and the neighborhood associations, and we came up with the actual red lines that you'll see in the text of the code that is in front of you. But what you didn't see is in the last 2 months, there were about 3 other suggestions that came to the attention of the legal department by various counselors. And so what you'll see on page 126 of 145, under current situation, first paragraph says, yeah, here we are with the changes. But paragraph B, which I believe has received, I think, most of the comments tonight, is new stuff. It's new because it came up in that latency between April 13th and now. And the features of that are really whether or not official websites should be truly public, not requiring befriending, whether or not all meetings should be consistent and therefore being held in person at the event center, with the online option, if people still want an online option, being captured by the use of the OWL. And then finally, whether or not the use of logos or other sorts of art from entities other than the neighborhood associations, if they should get advance permission in order to do that on their website. So those were three issues that came up. And so I wanted to make sure to put those in there. I would be prepared, and I know folks are going to want to make comments, but I would be prepared to, with language as to where I think these things would be appropriately placed in. So if you wanted to do as amended, we could do that. But otherwise, I know there's other folks who want to be heard on this matter. If you have further questions of me, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Questions? Counselor Christopher?
So really, the neighborhood associations are independent entities.
Correct.
They don't have to do any of this.
That's true.
The only reason that we would request that they do any of these things is if they want city recognition and city contribution of tax dollars.
Correct.
Okay, but they don't have to.
They don't have to.
Okay, thanks.
So anyway, questions this way. I had a question, in your proposal, if it was to talk about using electronics to offer hybrid options, you don't actually refer to the owl, right? It's just electronic means?
That is up to the council. That was only one of the ways in which, I believe that was even a conversation that we might have had from the dais at one of our meetings, was they could just use the owl, right?
Right.
So.
But there's other means.
Yeah, that, you guys can decide. You guys can decide if they want a computer in there to run it that way, or if you so decide that they should do it from the event center, so.
But that's the official one we use.
That is.
We don't use any others, do we?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do we?
I think we usually use the owl.
Okay.
I mean, but we use Zoom with it. I think you can use Teams with it.
Yeah. Yeah, the owl is just a mechanism for AV. It's not the platform.
Yeah.
Because it works with Teams, Zoom, GoToMeet. It works with all the different platforms. The platforms are the things.
Yeah, it's the camera and the.
Yeah, and it doesn't work without a
microphone.
computer. So, anyway, just kind of curious. Any other questions before I ask the neighborhood associations? Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Building on what Councilor Christopher's question was about, they don't have to do any of this, but only if they want recognition and city funding. What would that do? But we also supply them meeting space for free, and we would be providing the use of the AV for free. Is that correct?
Yeah, and this is actually a really good question, even to maybe loop in Finance Director in this regard, Tim Wood, because and the Event Center, I guess, coordinator, maybe, what? No, the idea that they do take up a decent amount of space if they have a monthly meeting in the Event Center, so that is one of the questions.
Plus the staff to set it up and take it down and rearrange. So that's an additional, it might not be a tangible cash amount in their account, but it is a level of funding that the city is providing to them that's just not shown.
Correct.
In a budget.
And it's the city further supporting those groups.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Colon, did you have a question? Okay. Anybody else? All right, Rhonda, can we start with you? Wes Keizer? It's just how my papers landed.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry.
are we doing 5 minutes per speaker as well? Okay.
Yes. Oh, stand by. Councilor Christopher?
And the other thing is, you don't have to have a hybrid meeting.
No.
You're not required to. You can schedule the meeting, have it at City Hall, and if you want to have a hybrid meeting and use folks so that folks can call in, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
That
We
is
didn't
true.
force that.
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening. Rhonda Rich, President of the West Keizer Neighborhood Association. I'd like to go through a few red line items. First on the ordinance, on section, standards for recognition. 3F, where it's mentioned that our joint sessions are customarily in March. Mostly I'm going to talk about dates. In the last 3 years, we've had them in April. This year was April 13th, the year before was the 28th, and the year before that was the 8th. So, but what I'm also asking is the maintaining the recognition, giving the annual report, is that instead of the January to February 28th, and I've talked to some other neighborhood chairs, that goes from January to the end of March, that we need to give our reports. So we have 3 months at the beginning of the year before we start our taxes. For taxes have to be, it just seems like everything comes at once. And then we would hope that maybe we would have the joint meeting with you the beginning of April before we have to put our budgets in. I think it's the middle of April that we're required to put our budgets in, because I think that's a discussion that we really need to have with you, because there seemed to be a little bit disconnect this last year as far as our budgets. So I would like to see that we have the discussion with you at the beginning of April before we submit our budget requests. Yeah, the work session. Thank you. I think that's all on the red line. I did a little research on the OWL, did some emailing with Lily Vaughn, and I copied a few of the city councilors. We would be open to maybe trying it, but it sounds like it has some challenges. It's limited scope. She said you really have to use it in a small room, only effective for 20 to 25 people. There's liability of the use of the equipment, because it is about $1,000 worth of equipment. Somebody would have to be responsible for it. She said maybe the council liaison could lock it up after we use it that evening, so it's not just left out. There's, for us, the difficulty in leading a meeting. We haven't done any of that online. People come to our meetings. We feel that's really kind of a connection with neighbors, is for people to come to the meeting. So we have done that, and we felt that's successful, and people get involved with the neighborhood association. They get to know each other. We have an icebreaker at the beginning. We just get to know each other, and I feel like it brings people to getting involved with our activities. So I just hope you leave that as an option, possibly, although it's an extra cost to the city, which would not want it to affect our budgets, because I think we have pretty tight budgets right now, because we would have to pay for Zoom, I believe. We do appreciate the city letting us use the event center, because it is a really nice a location. Lily does a good job in making us comfortable there. And the logos, I don't understand what the logo issue is. I don't know that we use any logos on our website. So I'd like some clarification on that, because I just don't understand what that was about, so.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. So the question on the logo thing, I'm asking who brought that up, because I don't remember it.
I asked it.
Okay, all right, help me understand.
Yeah, because I saw some logos being used on communications, and I asked if it was, I think one of them, there was a communication with a school logo. And so I asked if the school district had approved the support of that communication, because that logo was there, and so that was my questioning. And it had happened before with some other, I think there was at least 1 or 2 other instances where a logo was used without permission of the entity, and so it showed support. And I wanted to make sure that that was in fact, had been support from those entities with that logo being used.
Okay, thank you. So is that something that is best in an ordinance or best in training? What do you think?
Well, I think an ordinance. I mean, if we're having the conversation, I think probably an ordinance, so.
So a line in here that.
Yep.
that has that. Well, that's what I was thinking with the, because the ordinance is pretty high level, and I was just wondering if there's materials that we have for neighborhood associations with guidelines and objectives, and I don't know the answer to the question.
I think, Madam Mayor, if I can.
Please.
I think my concern is if there's funding from the city for our neighborhood associations, I think that there is a potential for the assumption to be made that it's also coming from the city, right? And so for me, I wanted to make sure that it's clear, that there's just no, I wanted to remove any potential misunderstanding about who is supporting and where this messaging is coming from. And so that was my intent in asking that it be built in here. And I do feel because a logo does often carry the understanding or the impression that there is support from an entity, I think it does need to be in an ordinance as a standard for recognition.
Would it also include the name of the organization, because the logo and the name would have the same bearing? So I think when you're speaking comprehensively, both of them would indicate the same thing in my.
Yeah,
What do you
I
think?
mean, if you're gonna put it on, if you're gonna use the name of something, you better have permission to use it.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Christopher?
Rhonda, I just wanted to make sure you do a great job with your newsletters and your outreach. You've been one of the longest serving neighborhood associations, so you've built up a reputation. And so you have lots of folks come. I think what certainly my reasoning for putting some of these things in the ordinance is safety. People know that this is a public building. They know what to expect. They know they come here, and we can ensure that it's going to be a safe place for meeting. Consistency, everybody has the same rules. All the neighborhood associations have the same rules for recognition. And then inclusivity. That's the only reason I'm thinking if you have some folks that for whatever reason are unable to make your meeting in person, then you would have the opportunity to have them have them attend virtually.
Right.
But you're certainly not required to do that. It just has to be made available for inclusivity.
Right. If we got some requests, we would definitely, consider it.
And I think if that happens, I don't know who I need to talk with, but if that's one of the things, it's interesting that Lily said it has to be in a small room. Because we have that all the time. And this is not a small room.
Yeah.
This is not a
I
big
don't-
room, but it's a medium room.
Right.
And it works really well. But I think that we want to have that available for the neighborhood associations, as well as if we need a laptop, that's something that I think we should invest in, and then everybody can use it. All the different neighborhood associations, and then the council liaison or the chair of the neighborhood association, someone could be designated just to make sure that those things are put away so the owl doesn't walk out the door or fly.
But there is a cost to the platform, is that
I'm sorry?
correct? Is there a cost to the platform?
And
right?
we asked for information on that.
I think we did about having a subscription specifically.
Yes, for all neighborhoods to
To
use.
use.
That's what we asked about that.
Because they're all in at different times, right?
Right.
So they could all
Use the same subscription.
come here and be logged in and use it.
We did look at that answer, council, and they cannot use ours Zoom account.
Right.
And they can't use a shared one. But Zoom is not
Wait,
the only
they could not use a
account.
shared one? They couldn't purchase a neighborhood association Zoom that we would provide the funding for, and then all of them could use it?
According to the user licenses for each platform, or Zoom in particular, one organization is one license.
But aren't they one?
They're not.
They're not one organization. Yeah.
But they're not even an organization. They're not even registered with the state of Oregon, so they're not an entity.
She has to.
Okay, I'm going to go to Counselor Cross.
I don't know who I'm asking this, maybe to you, Mr. Brown. Couldn't you just, piggybacking on what, Counselor Starr just said, you could create, it's not an organization, neighborhood associations, City of Keizer, and then have that same exact email, and that's where they sent the invitations from.
You could try it.
Well, I mean.
I mean, you could do that.
Poke the
It
holes in it.
depends
I
on
mean,
if
why wouldn't it work?
I don't know.
So rather than try to solve this one right
Yeah.
now, so I'd like to put a pin in how we might be able to work access to different platforms for AV. And I think that warrants a more in-depth conversation, both on technical side and with a desire side for the neighbor associations.
that's why we
So can we
involved
put this, the pin in this
Griffin.
one?
That's why we were taking his name in vain.
So, yeah, Griffin's name did come up, and we know that Greater Northeast has been working to try this out, see what works and so forth. So they've been the willing adventure group to try this out. So, but any more questions for West Keizer on, one question real quick. The report due date, was that something you mentioned, and you would like to see it
End of
moved to
March.
end
End
of
of
March? Change it from February 28 to March,
Which that makes a lot of sense because
31.
they're gonna report by the end of March. We have our work session.
Right.
That first,
Week
Right.
of.
second
yeah.
Monday in April-ish.
Yes.
And then you have your budget.
Yes.
but I
Is that the
remember,
timeline?
why. We talked about it earlier, because the deadline for getting the outside budget request was earlier, about the same time as the work session, so there wasn't enough time to get it in.
It's the end of March or the end of April.
No, it was April 15th this year. No, it was early, it was the 10th for outside budget request, was it not? It was really early this
It
year.
was earlier in April, yes.
So this will have to be something we'll have to, if we're doing that, we're gonna have a separate conversation about either having a different due date for the neighbor associations versus the other outside budget requests, or we're gonna have to bump that out, but I think the intent of the council was to give staff sufficient time to look at those budget requests thoroughly. But if we can't put the neighbor associations between a rock and a hard place, if that second Monday of April is really close or worse after the due date for the outside budget request. So we might have to stick a pin in that or work out what that timing looks like and have a recommendation come back, so we make sure everybody has time to do their due diligence.
But, Mr. Wood, do you have the date of when it was due?
It's the 10th.
The exact date was Friday, April 10th.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it was really early this year. But I remember we talked about that being the reason. So thank you for that. We also heard from Gubs are also asking for the date. Was that what you understood too, Rhonda? Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Lindsay.
And I know there's probably more discussion to be had, but you could always say, by the second meeting in March, and then that way, it isn't a date certain, but it's a thing certain. And then therefore, it'll always come before April.
Oh, you know what?
Due by the second general meeting in March. So it would be,
I see. I see what he's saying.
You mean the second city council meeting? Yeah.
Okay. But I think the hangup here is the work session would be the second Monday in April.
Yeah.
And that is going to get really, really close to the outside budget request if we continue to have it early, but we wanted to do that to give staff due diligence time for the outside budget request. So we're going to have a different additional conversation on the timing. Or if we want to make an exception for the neighbors associations, but that doesn't go in this ordinance, that'd be policy. So if we move this out, then we would ask staff to adjust the policy relative to the neighbors associations. So you guys have time to do your budgets, because that wouldn't be fair.
Well, we'd have a pretty good idea
Yeah.
coming into the city council meeting, the work session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because you'd probably come to the work session with an idea of what your budget is,
Right,
right?
yeah.
Having that conversation.
Right.
And we would already have had long-range planning.
True.
So right? So we'll
Uh-huh.
know kind of by the end of March where we are budget-wise. And then you do your report, we have our work session, probably would have a draft of the budget, and so it wouldn't,
Question on that. Their board needs to meet to approve their budget request.
right, but I'm saying by the time we have our work session, if they have a draft of that budget that they've already started to put together, that they should be able to, I would think, get that fairly within the next week or so. And that Mr. Wood would probably give you enough time, right?
I just went back and looked at the previous years, and it was about 2 weeks later. We could go back to that date for neighborhood associations. That really wouldn't be the end of the world as far as getting the budget documents put together.
That sounds fair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's how we figure stuff out. Okay, Tammy Kunz, Greater Northeast. And did Jacqueline want to come with you or separate?
Jackie, you want to come up or separate?
Because I've got you both.
Okay. I cannot answer for you.
That is a good point.
Okay. Tammy Kunz, President of Greater Northeast Keizer, Keizer resident.
Jacqueline Green, Greater Northeast, Vice President, Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association.
Okay. Okay, logo question. I have permission from the school, but not the school board. So if I need to alter that, I need those instructions to be able to do so. Because I have the support of the school itself.
I don't think we did when we asked the question.
No, when you ask the question, actually, I've had permission from the school for the last two principals.
Then I'm gonna go to Mr. Brown or Mr. Lindsay, because my understanding was when I asked the question, the city staff made a phone call and there was not permission. So I'm gonna ask city staff to respond to that.
Madam Mayor and Council, that's correct. The school district did not authorize permission. Maybe the principal did tell you that she could, but the school district said they
Okay,
had
because,
reservations
yeah, I
about.
didn't talk to this district itself, but I can remove that logo to be in compliance. That's not a big deal. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Clark, members of City Council. For the record, my name is Tammy. I already said all that. I want to provide support. We agreed to the impeding 3-year boundary review for the clear timelines annual reporting. I'm glad that we're starting to get some of that on task. The one that we are concerned about, although we are already have in process, is our hybrid meeting that starts in September. We've already agreed to do the hybrid meetings. So that'll be starting the middle of September. I think our meeting is September 13th. Melissa can send you the dates, or Dawn, because we sent that in already. And everything is all set with Lily. The suggestion for meeting here, I don't have a problem meeting here using the owl. I'm pretty confident with after meeting with Lily, that the owl is going to be pretty easy to use. So I'm not worried about that. What we are concerned about is losing our beginning of the month meeting. The hybrid is just to add the meeting to be in compliance. While we understand it's for consistency, it also is fundamentally part of who we have become now. We look at the surrounding communities, clear patterns emerge. In Salem, we went to many meetings, North Lancaster Neighborhood Association and Neighborhood Association. I attended Grant before I joined CDEC because their meetings is the same night. I can no longer do that.
those are all hybrid meetings run in Salem. I've talked to Woodburn and Wilsonville. They also do hybrid meetings and are scattered throughout the city. Keizer has historically had a great network with meeting here. While that may work great for Northwest Keizer, West Keizer Neighborhood Association, as well as others, we have used it to grow. So we went from having 5 people in our meetings to 25 to 40. I'll have to send you a copy of this, Melissa. Community engagement and fostering a sense of value. True community engagement is not just about logistics, it's about how people feel when they show up, reaching out to the community in a number of places. Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association has held board meetings throughout Salem and Keizer, more Keizer than Salem. We do that to meet people where they're at and be familiar with their neighbors and just gather. One of the reasons we do our hybrid meeting is because we have shift workers, dual parents, families who have small children who don't want to have their kids out at night when it's a school. I'll submit the rest of this to you.
All right. Jackie.
You gotta wait a minute. Gotta wait for the green light. Nope, don't touch that.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jacqueline Gray. I am Vice President of Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association. Appreciate this City Council ongoing effort to update the Keizer Code to better support neighborhood association. We fully support the directives from the April 13th work session regarding 3-year boundary reviews and clear and we also fully support the goal of maintaining open, transparent digital space. To ensure total transparency, our platform operates as a completely public page where any resident can view all notices, updates, and meetings without any barriers or social media restriction. At the same time, we recognize that many of our neighbors actively prefer the personal connection of befriending or joining our group to receive direct notifications and stay closely involved. We want to especially state that we will continue to welcome and support these direct members' connections, ensuring residents can engage with us whenever we make them feel most connected. Firmly maintaining completely open public page for the community at large. However, we are writing today to strongly urge council to reject the post-work session suggestion noted in section IB regarding mandating that all meetings should be consistent by being held in person at event center with online option utilizing the owl. While we're intending for consenting a rig mandate to centralize all neighborhood meetings at the Keizer Event Center harms grassroots engagement. This is not just a matter of convenience. It strikes as the core of how our residents feel valued, heard, and connected to the local governments. We submit this opposition based on the following vital community impacts. Meeting folks where they are is the core of civil engagement. Neighborhood Association assists to serve local areas facing residents of Northeast Keizer to travel across the city to a centralized municipal building creates immediate physical and physiological barriers to entry. To build authentic trust, we must bring civic life into the spaces where people already live, work, and gather naturally. Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Board meetings are held fluidly throughout our community to break down institutional barriers. Over the years, we have utilized space at the local library during summertime. Activities met at neighborhood coffee shops and partnered with local business, mainstay like Pizza Hut, Subway, Taco Bell, McDonald's, and Burger King to host meetings. Going directly to these familiar spaces transforms local government from a distant concept into an approachable neighborhood resource. The value of our model, a choice born from the community. The decision to utilize and develop our current meetings format was not chosen at random. It was a deeply intentional response to the lived experience of our neighbors. Before Greater Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association committed to this model, we did our homework. We actively attended various regional neighborhood meetings to analyze what strategies succeeded, what hurdles failed, and how to effectively build a resilient local network. Building our current meeting base took an immense amount of outreach, trial, error, and dedicated time, but that community labor paid off. When we met strictly in person, we struggled to secure with even 5 attendees in a room. By honoring our neighborhood schedules, leaning into a robust virtual format, we have seen consistent growth, regularly welcoming between 25 to 40 residents per meeting each month. This model works because it was forged by listening to the very people we represented. Real integrated, cultivating belonging and voice. True commitment, community engagement is defined by how people feel when they show up. Our flexible structure ensures that every resident feels valued and like they truly belong in public discourse. Dignified access for the disabled.
All right. You did pretty good. Thank you so much.
There's my values. I'll submit it to.
Yeah. If you can get that to Ms. Bissett, then we can get the full print, okay? All right. Oh, it's a, okay, that was an email we received? Okay. It was not in this packet. Okay. Who's that? Okay. So thank you for reading that in. Questions to you for the ordinance? Any questions that you have specific to the language that was in the packet?
Are we gonna be able to keep our beginning of the month meeting, or are we only allowed to meet if we're in the building? Because that takes away a lot of community engagement. We are truly ADA accessible because we have people who attend who are hearing impaired.
Mm-hmm.
We also have others who attend who have other disabilities and can change the language for whatever language they want. I have Ukrainian families, I have Russian families.
So I guess the question that I have is the change where at least one is inside the building once a month, because this is really different than the direction that we were going with CDEC, and there were other discussions in the past about getting meetings out of the building. And now this is a discussion to require them to all be in the building, or am I not understanding?
Well, Madam Mayor,
Please.
CDEC didn't have a good turnout when they met offsite.
It was the
So,
first time, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a lot of promotion, I think, and a lot of talk about that. And I think, I mean, they gave it a try. But I think also when you look at West Keizer, Northwest Keizer, Southeast Keizer that meet here, and they've been growing and growing and growing. I think that's kind of I'm missing one. Oh, mine, Gubser, sorry. I was like, I'm missing a neighborhood association. And that one's even growing, and, it had been really small. So I think that's the conversation, right? That the others are growing and getting bigger.
Okay, so I guess my other question is, and I'll go to you, Counselor Christopher, is if we make it a requirement versus an option, let's say a neighbor association forms, and there's a facility within the boundaries of that neighbor association that are a natural meeting place. So would we require them to leave the neighborhood and come here versus be in that meeting space?
When I very first started, we met at Gubser and I sat in a little tiny library chair.
I remember that with my knees and my chin.
So Shane's nodding his head. Yep. We remember those little tiny chairs.
But you can
So-
walk there. But I guess
Yeah.
my comment is you can walk there, from the neighborhood. I'll go Counselor Christopher and then Counselor Joanne and then.
So
this
again,
way.
it's, you don't have to do that. You don't have, every neighborhood can do whatever they want to do. This is only for City of Keizer recognition as a neighborhood association and some additional funding. That's it. And the reason that that is important is safety. This is a public building, so anybody who wants to attend the Northeast Keizer Neighborhood Association knows what to expect because the City of Keizer is contributing funds to that neighborhood association. Therefore, it's in a public building that is safe, that is accessible, and that is consistent with what the other neighborhood associations do. I don't think any other neighborhood association meets outside of City Hall. Is that right?
My question is, how is Zoom unsafe? Because
We're not asking you
it's
to not
Zoom.
do.
I'm not asking you to do anything about that. It's your choice. It's the neighborhoods association's choice to do
Right,
that.
but you're
in order
asking us
be
to come back to
recognized,
the building for
we want
safety. Zoom
safety,
is
we
pretty
want
safe,
consistency, and we want inclusivity.
right?
So,
Kyle.
yeah, I'll go to Kyle because I'm
So
confused.
my comment is we're not asking you to do anything different except for coming here. You're going to keep your Zoom. That's all you're doing now. You're not going anyplace, right? You're doing it from home. But we're asking to have, for everybody to have a meeting here at the building and then keep everything else in Zoom if you want. But that allows people to feel like they can come in. If they don't have, you were talking months ago about people not having electronic, not everybody has a phone, not everybody has a computer. Well, now we're giving you that opportunity to have a local place to meet and have Zoom. So everybody else can be on Zoom. It could be just you and Jackie that show up, or it could be just you, Tammy, that shows up. And I don't think that'll happen, but we just want to make it consistent with everybody so people can feel like, oh, everybody else is going down to City Hall for their meeting. We can too. And then the people that do Zoom, they can Zoom in. And allowing you to use the owl gives you that functionality in the small room. I think it'll work pretty well in the smaller room.
I think it'll work fine.
Because we use the owl in different, in many other.
We use it
We do.
It's done with scats and all
Yeah.
kinds of, I think.
And it's about the same size room.
Yeah, and it
So,
works,
it'll be
I think it works better with scats than it does with their cameras in the ceiling. So
Yeah.
we have that issue with other meetings. So, yeah, we're not asking you to change other than given the option or we're asking you to come here, so that people that can come. Right now, if somebody wants to come and they don't have a phone or a computer, they can't come.
Right.
So.
Which is why we agreed to add the hybrid meeting.
Okay. Any other questions
For them or for?
for Northeast? Okay. And did Northwest want to weigh in?
Is that a yes or?
I got a thumbs up. I'm going to take that as a yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry. I was thinking
I was
And
like,
then I see
yes,
South-
you're good.
And Southeast is here too. So I'll hear from them. Oh. You are correct.
I had to go.
Okay.
I'm like, we're gonna be.
Do we need a
So-
break first?
Yeah, okay, you know what? That's a good point. We do need to take a bio break. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 8:30. My apologies.
Usually that's do that.
So I did.
Would like to call the City Keizer Council back into session. And we are on item 9E, the ordinance relating to the recognition of neighborhood associations, amending the Keizer Code, Chapter 2, Article 8. And where we left off was, we're now going to hear from the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Thank you, City Council. Griffin Walker, President of the Northwest Keizer Neighborhood Association. You've heard that a little too much tonight. So we're relieved to hear that the hybrid meeting option is going to be optional and not a requirement, because initially it seemed like that might be a requirement from an initial reading. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what a hybrid meeting actually means and how to properly support one, just based off of what we have access in here. So hybrid meetings are, to define that, is having an in-person meeting with an online option, right? For people to join online and to have as close of an experience as being in that meeting as possible. That's the ideal situation for a hybrid meeting. And to run a successful hybrid meeting takes quite a bit of work. It takes a lot of technology, it takes some resources, and it takes some planning to really pull off well and to make it a very similar experience with everybody in there, both online and in person. So in terms of tech requirements that we would need to run those here at the event center, you need stable and high-speed Wi-Fi, which we currently use the guest network here. So I don't know if that requirement is met on the guest network. We'd have to test that out. You need a laptop to run the meeting, and you need the audio-visual equipment connected to the laptop. So in this case, the OWL. You also need some kind of meeting service to connect to the audio-visual equipment and the laptop to run the meeting. So that would be Zoom or Google Meet or Teams or what have you. You also need, depending on the size of the room, you want to display the online participants for the people who are in the room so that they can see the people and interact with them, see reactions and stuff like that, right? So you need a projector and display connected to the laptop to display the participants for the folks that are in the in-person meeting. And then you also need to pick up the audio from the people who are in the meeting in person so that the people who are attending online can hear everything that's being said in that meeting. So the OWL is a wonderful device for doing that stuff, but it's really made for small rooms or contained areas. Like, it works well for you all because you're in a kind of a contained area, right? And then you can talk to people online through it. Some of our rooms that we meet in, we have people presenting up front, but then we have a lot of participants scattered around the room. So the OWL itself is not super great for picking up that kind of stuff because it's the microphones and stuff that are in it are more for like a 10 to 15 feet radius around it that it's ideal with. So in a larger meeting room, we might need additional miking around the room so that people online are hearing everything that's happening in there. Also, ideally, you want yet another person who is not running the in-person meeting to be monitoring the online portion of the meeting. So that way, if there are people that have questions, if they're having an issue, if there's a situation where somebody joins and they're talking over other people, they need to be muted. You need somebody to be managing that online portion during the in-person meeting to make it the most ideal and equitable. So there's just quite a bit to that. To do successful hybrid meetings, and there's also the costs associated with it. So, City Manager Brown, you mentioned that there's free online solutions out there, and there absolutely are, but unfortunately a lot of them have limitations that would make meetings of this size not work very well. They either have time limitations to them where they can only run for 30 or 40 minutes, or they have participant limitations where participation is limited for online. So that's a problem as well. I just want to make sure that you all are aware of everything that goes into that ask and to provide that, because there is quite a bit to it. I'm going to stop there and see if you have any questions before we move on to the question that we had.
Councilor Christopher?
So Griffin, I mean, it's not mandatory. That's only for the neighborhood associations who want to reach out and let folks call in, if you will. But otherwise, it probably won't change the way you're running your neighborhood associations one bit.
No.
You'll continue to just have, but it's available to you. But I mean, you are the SME.
Yeah.
And so, is there any better way for us to provide that to to all of the neighborhood associations if they so choose to do it?
Paying for a solution would be the most ideal. But unfortunately, as City Manager Brown mentioned, there's
can't mix
EULAs
funds, yeah.
that could step into that because there is an issue of we are not an entity, right? We are operating under the city. We're not nonprofits. We're not registered as any kind of existing entity. And that makes an uncomfortable gray area for a lot of these tech companies.
Yeah.
To make something that work. If we were a 501c3 or something like that, that would be a different story because then, we're an entity that we'd be able to actually agree to that EULA. Otherwise, you all are agreeing to the EULA essentially and allowing us to use the account. In all honesty, a company like Zoom or Google is not likely to come down on you all for providing an account for your neighborhood associations to use in something like this. It's just not, it's not worth it to them, right? It's such a small fry and you're donating the services essentially, much like you're donating the services of using the event center. So the likelihood of that enforcement is very low. So we could try it and see what happens. Different tech entities are a little more friendlier than others about things like that. So it's something to try, and it's definitely an option. I just wanted to make sure it was not going to be a requirement, because that kind of changes the game a little bit.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
We do have one other question, if we can ask that. It was on the ordinance itself.
Yes.
We were actually fine with everything that was in there, but we just had one clarification question. So in section 2274, standards for recognition, for new item I that was added there, it says the boundaries shall be reviewed every 3 years by the neighborhood association. We were just curious about what that actually means from a practical standpoint. Like, what is? Yeah, go ahead, Tammy.
I'm the one that brought this up to Griffin. I said, what exactly are we required to do? Because I could easily look at a map and say, yep, our lines were right where we left them. So a little more guidance on what you want from us.
Yeah.
But that's not what it says.
No, it says by them.
Yeah.
Right.
It might need to be in a different area, but I think that was my thought.
Yeah, it's the
I just have a
standard
question.
for- Yeah.
I guess for clarification myself, which is, I assume that would only happen at the joint meeting because boundaries beget other boundaries, right? Like they cross over and bump into each other and they can't overlap. So, I mean, I think it has to be a group effort.
I think there was some thought also that if there was a new development, if that would then go into that neighbor association, if there's a school boundary change, to have that conversation, because a lot of our neighbor associations do line up with elementary school boundaries. Not, that's not hard and fast, but it's been guidance. So I think those are some of the issues that could prompt a look at the boundary. We don't get a lot of big developments, but it can happen. So I think what I'm hearing is that this may be something that would be discussed at our work session rather than requiring a review. I think that feels a little bit more accurate to what could actually happen. Council President Starr?
So I think because you brought up the boundary question, that leads me to under that subject, item A, where it says the neighborhood should generally encompass at least 300 dwelling units or smaller, clearly defined areas. So I think some of the impetus of this was making, I'm seeing numbers of, households served or, think that maybe were not did not equal the numbers that we were given by staff within a certain boundary area. So is that where also kind of maybe where the boundary thing came into play as well? Because I've seen numbers, we serve this many households, but it doesn't equal the count that the city has.
And I think it goes to, and this is just sort of to help everybody know, okay, if there was, say, a boundary dispute, like somebody wanted to start another one, and they were like, we're sort of around this elementary school and we want to be, our own neighborhood association, then it would remind you, well, okay, if you're sitting next to one that is, 3,000 homes, you might go, oh, you can probably afford to lose some of those to become a new little
Got
one.
it.
So I think it's just to sort of remind us, like, it can be a little bit more neighborhoody.
Got it. Thank you.
So is there anything you would need from us at annual report time to support what you're discussing here?
I don't think so.
No. So it will be removed as our direction?
Yeah, it needs to not be a requirement. Yeah.
Yeah, that needs to be amended, Joe, so it doesn't go back on those guys.
Certainly.
Yeah. So take that out.
I appreciate that explanation because, for example, we do have a development that is proposed for our neighborhood. And that would be a situation where if that development goes through, then we would want to adjust our boundary lines to make sure that that development is in it. So, that perspective is helpful because we would want to have that conversation. But I agree that because any boundary changes affect other neighborhood associations typically, that's something that should be discussed at work sessions and not individually.
So if we can use that as an example, when is that being put in? Like next year, isn't it?
The development?
Yeah.
What new development?
Off of,
Windsor Island.
Windsor
Island.
And there's also one off Chamalo, right?
Yeah.
I only bring this up because the one in Windsor is not within our technical boundary. So at what point do we come to you saying we would like to incorporate this new development? Because we want to make sure we get to them as soon as they move in, whereas if that's a time gap, and I know how government,
You could
things
bring
fall.
that, I think you could bring that anytime. If the board could make recommendation, bring it to city council and say you want to adjust your boundaries. I don't think we have to wait for the work session. I think that's a natural check-in. But if it's a neighborhood, a new development's good to go, let's have that conversation.
Okay.
I don't think we have to, I'm sorry? True.
Right.
But given this 300 as a minimum, and I think that's how it's supposed to be written, shall encompass at least 300 dwelling units. And I think the or smaller clearly defined areas doesn't make sense to me. But looking at, they may want to form their own. So there could be that conversation as well. If it's a development of 300 units, they could say, we are going to form our own neighbor association, and they could do that. So that would be a conversation with the people who live there, with the existing neighbor association, and the interested parties who may want to do their own. And have to be negotiated or discussed and decided by the neighbors. So that might be something to consider as well, is that it's not automatic. They have a choice. So, anyway, that might be some additional language and adjustments. Okay, anything else?
We're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Southeast, did you want to weigh in? We do have your letter.
Sorry that your neighborhood association has been so tough to you.
Thank you for your patience. Am I close enough? Ah,
there it is.
I can speak. My weigh-ins are just some technicalities on the ordinance itself, and I sent those in more as questions. So if there's something you want to ask me about, that'd probably be the easiest way for me to talk about it. You talked about most of them. I think one of the things, to start at the 272.7, the post office address, this is not that's not a red line thing, but I just wanted to clarify that one, and let's kind of go through that. And you talked about the meetings, and if we could clarify minutes.
So who's going to answer these questions?
Okay, so shall we work down the list?
Yeah, work down the
Okay,
list.
so we've got all the meetings held at Civic Center, so we've answered that. An owl or some sort of platform is optional.
Right, we talked about all
Yeah,
of
we're
those
good
ones,
there.
we can skip that.
Okay, so coming down to the agendas, that you've been, what's the time frame for sending the agendas in? It's been your understanding that it's been a week prior to the meeting. Is that the case, Ms. Bissett? Yeah.
Should that be noted in the ordinance or just operate on the assumption?
Well, assuming doesn't get us what we need.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really good add.
Under standards for recognition, right? Or something?
Is that where it should
At
go?
the beginning of it? Well, Joe.
Standards?
Where does that go, Joe?
Can you
Or
ask me?
or it might be under responsibilities. The following responsibilities must be assumed and carried out by a neighbors association.
Yep.
And this is where Colleen put it, 2-272, parens 3
Yep.
agendas. And I think that, 272, actually, where I'm looking at 2-274, parens 3 responsibilities. And I think that's where that may fit under the things that they need to do to send the agendas in. Because the one, your 272, parens 3, that's talking about a subscription to obtain agendas for the other city committees and commissions to get to you. Your agendas getting to the city recorder are probably 274.
And when you talk about the minutes as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that would also be under 274, parens 3, under responsibilities, and we put it there. So it's clear when they need to be submitted, right?
Okay,
Okay.
so that checks that off. And then again, when you have the roster of our board members, I know we need to give that information to you, but is that public to everybody else? Okay,
Well, it should not be.
should not be. It just have lists our names on the website. Okay,
Yeah, then that's correct, Ms. Bissett. So the personal contact information for the board members is not published, is that correct? Okay, good.
okay.
So that's a negative for.
So
Yeah.
should that be noted in the ordinance?
I thought it was, but I may have missed it.
No, the regular board meetings and general meetings with timely, appropriate notification to members. The association must maintain at least a minimum attendance of 3 members at regular general meetings.
Okay.
See, that's
So I was trying to look at where
272, number 7.
272, parens 7.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Lindsay.
My understanding of this, and it's of course the council's purview to change this if they want, but I believe that, the whole idea of their recognition is those things that are in the recognition, and that the annual report is where they basically true that up and prove it. I don't think there was a timeline that said you have to get in. I don't think we've done that heretofore. How often do they get the minutes to the recorder, and whether or not that's a requirement? My understanding was, I thought they just handed in their annual report.
That's
We've been
not my
turning our
understanding.
minutes in every month.
They're supposed to be sent in.
Yeah, they're supposed to be sent in and posted on the website so that we can put out the notifications along with you guys for your meetings, and people can find the agendas on our website, because we have that space on our website specifically for that. And then you all are really good at getting your minutes turned in, but I think it's within a week or so after they've been approved at the next meeting. But did I remember that correctly?
Yeah, and everybody's nodding.
I'm getting head nods all over the place.
Okay.
So, yes, that is how it's supposed to, and that's under responsibilities, that's 274. At least that's where it should be.
Yeah, it says a copy of the
Here it
minutes
is.
shall be filed with the city recorder.
Oh, okay.
It just doesn't say when.
And then it's the comment regarding the minutes about ADA compliance. Are we going to have training on how to do that? Because that's one of the red line comments.
We do the ADA
Compliance?
when it's posted on the website.
If we purchase the software for that, we'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
But that's coming, right?
Yes, hopefully.
So we'll be notified of that as well.
Right, there
They
was.
won't have to do anything, right, Melissa?
The plan would be that they did not have to.
Pardon?
Anything we post on our website will be required to be accessible.
Right. And I think the conversation at the work session was that if a format was needed for that to be easier to get converted onto the website, the city would provide that to the neighborhood associations to use that format. We're just a year or so out from from knowing what exactly that's going to entail. But that was the other part of the conversation. I do remember that we would make it easier for the neighborhood associations to be able to comply.
So we're in limbo at that, right? At this
It's right
point?
now it's limbo, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Holding pattern.
And you already talked about the boundaries.
Yep.
And then, did we address the social media issue?
No, but I have that down for questions. I have questions on that.
So I think that was it.
Okay.
That's all I had at the moment.
And then you had a comment here that section needs help with the bylaws.
Yes.
Okay.
We did update ours, but we didn't know we were supposed to be approved with that. So what's on there is what we've updated, so we still need to go through that and fix it,
Okay.
Approval process?
So you need help?
the whole process.
Okay.
We'll have to have another meeting this summer probably to hash that out and then bring it to you in the fall.
So do you need help from other neighbor associations? Do you need help from our staff? What's going to help you guys?
I don't know. I know that I'm not very good at it.
Okay, fair. You're good at a lot of things, and we can't be good, and Ms. Bissett, would you, help Ms. Bush figure out maybe how we can be helpful, and then, of course, you can contact all the other neighbors associations as well.
Okay.
Okay, would that work?
Yep.
Mr. Brown, is that acceptable? Okay, thank you. Anything? Meeting notifications, attendance requirements, you're saying this, the 274 parens 3D should be under parens 1. I think that's a fair,
It just seemed like that information fit along with the bylaws rather than off on it by itself. That's a suggestion.
okay. So moving it from responsibilities,
Since you're talking about having these general meetings and then election of your board officers, and that was another detail that seemed to fit better in that spot.
yeah, because that's actually parens E and 1, and then there's a repetitiveness that may have to be sorted out. Okay, thank
So
you.
just a recommendation. Okay.
Appreciate.
Anything
Any other
else?
questions for Ms. Bush?
No, but I have them for Joe based on her question.
Okay, we can let her go? Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right, Council President, sorry, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this was noted in Ms. Bush's comments that she submitted, but what I'm reading in regards to where it's the public website is not necessarily referencing a social media. So I just want to get clarity around social media pages for the neighborhood associations versus individual personal accounts that are being used as neighborhood association pages under the name of the neighborhood association. Because a page is public and anyone can follow it. An individual account on a social media that is an individual account, you have to actually ask to be a friend.
Okay.
And I think, to me, that's not a public page.
Well, and so I think under responsibilities, what is it, 2-274, 3B, right, on 132?
Yeah.
It mentions social media, and then it says all official web pages shall maintain at least whatever. I think it's easy enough to just say at least one official website needs to be open to the public and not require friending or some other. Yeah.
And I think my concern is that I have been asked the question in the past by people that have tried to get information by sending messages on social media, and they're not getting a response.
Yeah.
And so then you ask, well, which page are you using? Because there's two, right?
Yeah.
One that is a public-facing public page that you follow, and then there's another page that you have to ask, and you literally have to ask to be a friend. And I think that is not the intent of what we're wanting to do by building community. So I would like clarity on that.
So we could just say the official website needs to be open to the public?
But is it a website or a social media page? Those are two very different things.
Both.
Well, we could say, you could say both. You could say the official website and, yeah,
Yeah.
an official social media page needs to be open to the public and not require any sort of friending or joining in order to access posts.
Thank you.
Okay.
So,
Because we have that right now.
Joining.
well, I understand that, but I also understand that not all neighbor associations have social media. So right here, it says
Yeah.
association must maintain an active and up-to-date online presence that adheres to city council social media standards. I don't disagree with that they have to adhere to city council social media standards. What I have a question about is, are they required to have an online presence?
Well, to me, online presence is a website too.
Yeah.
But if you're going to have a social media page, I don't think it should be an individual account page where you have to friend.
You shouldn't opt in.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to opt in.
Right.
You can choose to follow, but you shouldn't have to ask to be a neighborhood association's friend in order to get information or be part of that neighborhood association social media page.
Or otherwise join them, I guess.
Correct.
Because, yeah.
Is that consistent with city council social media standards? Is that what that line means? On 3B?
Well, I think to me, I read that you have to to me, that would be factual information being communicated on your social media page. Just like the city is expected to communicate factual information, you can't be putting information out there that's not correct.
Well, should this reference our social media standards?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a cross reference
I'm looking
here.
them up right now in your rules, because I know it's actually a small little section for under social media in your rules, I believe.
Yes, oh, yeah,
So
Counselor?
they already send their
And we gotta-
agenda and they already send their minutes, right, to the city. And the city also has their boundaries and everything about that, right? So that to me is an online presence. But if they want a website, it has to be made for everybody. If they have a Facebook, it should be made for everybody.
Right.
But it said, right now it says that they shall have a social media presence.
No, an online presence. An online
It says
presence.
online
Right,
presence
but it-
that
Online
follows
presence
social
is,
media
is to me,
Right.
when they send stuff to the city and we post it for them, that's an online presence.
But that's not what that sentence says. Because the rest of that sentence says, that adheres to the city council's social media standards. Therefore, the implication is that sentence is referring to social media. So if we want to rewrite this so it is clear that we're talking about,
Then
Yeah, they're-
how about Mr. Lindsay does a rewrite and we try not to come up
Yeah.
with verbiage
I-
from the dais
I'm
on
good.
that?
I
He's
think-
got the intent.
If you don't mind, I would highly suggest that because your social media only really deals with the idea that you guys have to retain those as public records. And so these organizations aren't even advisory bodies, so they don't have to do that.
Right.
So we should have some other rewrite on that.
Sounds good. Okay. So we've got a number of things that will come back in version next.
But can I go down my list, Madam Mayor?
Please do.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor.
But we have to have
Oh,
a
yeah.
motion to extend the meeting.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to complete the full agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend the meeting to complete the full agenda. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously.
Can,
Proceed.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we put something in there about factual information? Like if we're,
Really?
well, I mean, I think the fact that we have to have the conversation tells me that we have to have it in there.
Okay.
So, that make sure that we're
You read
putting,
my mind.
yeah. Making sure that if we're gonna post minutes, that they're accurate and that they're, approved or some version from the city recorder's office, not something that has misinformation in it.
Are we asking the city recorder to do the minutes for the neighbors associations?
No, I'm talking about if a neighborhood association is going to post minutes of committee meetings, of city council meetings, et cetera, that information must be factual before it's posted because we run the risk of having misinformation out there and we already have a big enough battle on our hands.
So not paraphrased or not.
No summaries, just
Yes.
the link
No
it.
summaries and just make sure it's accurate.
Let me put it this way. If I said something to the effect of minutes must be accurate and factual.
Perfect.
And if the city requests will be changed to make sure that they are factual.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm confused though. Whose minutes? Because what I'm hearing
Yeah.
is that from Council President Starr is that references to city council minutes shall be linked to the original.
We have had situations where neighborhood association is putting minutes from committees, from city councils on their social media sites that are not accurate, that have not been approved and that have inaccurate, patently wrong information in it. And I appreciate the effort to get information out there, but if you're going to do that, it needs to be correct, factual information.
Because what I heard from Mr. Lindsay was we were talking about the neighborhood association minutes and that's a different animal.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
it
Well,
is-
I heard different things.
Well, okay, what I should say is, what we can write about when they put their minutes in is that they have to be accurate and factual, and that if the city were to make a request, that they could be corrected.
That
Thank
their
you.
minutes or references
Their-
to ours.
Their minutes. So, well, oh, I see what you're saying.
Thank
Like
you.
their meetings versus our meetings.
Yes.
References to our meetings.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. You're right.
Got it.
Your ears
you.
are better than my thinking.
Okay.
I
want to make sure.
thank you for that, Madam Mayor. In regards to if we're gonna do Zoom meetings, are we, because, and this really tripped me off when Mr. Walker was talking about how to manage a hybrid meeting where you have people that need to manage the people that are on screen and, know who's asking a question. We need I want to know if we're in a Zoom meeting, and I don't know if we can do this, but how do we know who we're talking to if there are no cameras?
Well, that's what the owl is. That's what the owl does.
But
we don't have.
They can still turn their camera off.
But we could do it we could do it on a wall.
No.
How detailed we will go.
I'm just asking, it's just weird to me to talk to black boxes. And I see people out in the audience nodding their head. It's just weird to be in a meeting talking to a black box, but be told that there's, multiple people in a room.
Well, we have, it happens all the time in all of our meetings.
I'm just saying.
Maybe. Camera's off.
I'm posing it for consideration.
Not if we're gonna not do it ourselves.
So, those were my questions that I think I'd like to have further. I don't know if staff wants to talk about it and bring back recommendations or what have you, but I don't think this is ready for prime time.
Clearly.
Yeah.
All right.
You made it, Matt.
All right. So, this will come back and it may warrant more conversation with the neighborhood associations. Well, clearly will. Let's go on to 9F, the Parks Master Plan Revision Update and Recommendation. And
thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for hanging with us.
As everybody exits the building.
Well, they were all here for the neighborhood conversation. All right. We had a review earlier from Mr. Lawyer about the Parks Master Plan revision, and I'll go to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. At their meeting on June 9th, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board discussed the merits of reviewing each city park while the Parks Master Plan is open. And they made a recommendation as an advisory board to the council. As you know, the Parks Master Plan was opened to consider the changes at Keizer Rapids Park. And the idea was that, well, we have the Parks Master Plan open. Should we consider it more expansively than just one park? So the Parks Board discussed that on the 9th last week and had a thorough discussion. There was concurrence among the Parks Rec Advisory Board to make a recommendation to you to allow for a process to look at all the other parks. Chair Matt Lawyer presented a plan that he had consulted with myself and Vice Chair Lisa Sajeka, and that broadly outlines the tasks and timeline for this. It's 10 to 11 month timeline. And the city supports that request and feels like it's best, since we have the plan open, to continue to to look at the revisions to any other parts. That master plan, as you know, is a part of your strategic plan, is one of your goals to complete. And the anticipation is that we would do this without any further consultants, that we do it with the volunteers and staff. And Mr. Lawyer's put together a recommended committee for that. That would be at the discretion, again, of the city council. That would be made up of the city manager, mayor, one other council member, the parks chair, the parks vice chair, another parks board member, Tanya Hamilton, which is suggested, and youth counselor Liam Stitt. So with that, I'll turn it over to questions or discussion by the council.
All right, thank you very much. So we heard a presentation earlier from Mr. Lawyer, and I'd like to hear your thoughts or questions, and if you would like to have Matt come back up. Okay.
Yes, so this is, I really like what he has done here, because we did this 2017. We went around and got ideas for, like when we did the parks fee and all that kind of stuff. So this will work if everyone does their job. I mean, you could go to the parks, Keizer Rapids, and hit 50 people in one day, right? You can go to other parks. So we want to go to each park and get the people at each park to tell us what they think. But you got to go to the people, right? The people aren't going to come to you. And that's what we did in 2017. And that's, I think, what we need to do now. So I think you did a good job. Very easy questions. Just, what do we need?
And if the additional council person was our parks liaison, is that something that you might be mildly excited about doing?
Mildly excited.
Mildly exciting. I thought you might. Councilor Kohler, thoughts?
Well, quite frankly, I looked at this and I was questioning why our council liaison wasn't listed, but that was the main thing.
Yep.
I think we probably all
Yeah.
circled that.
Counselor Cross, thoughts?
Nope, good job.
All right. Council President Starr?
I just circled the committee for questions about that, but otherwise, happy with our parks liaison being on there.
Absolutely. Counselor Christopher?
So why a task force? Why isn't the whole Parks Board involved in this? Why is there only 3? Well, why, I don't understand that. I don't understand why, I mean, this to me seems to be, come on down, Matt. This to me seems to be the absolute core of what the Parks Advisory Board does. And so why would you not have all 9 members involved in this?
Madam Mayor, Councilor Christopher, candidly, quorum issues and staffing requirements, because it would be a full open meeting and that would require a tremendous amount of additional staff time and effort in order to be able to notice the meetings appropriately, have staff there to record it appropriately. And historically, over the last 10 years that I've been doing parks work, when we've done these smaller collaborative task force type things, they've been representative of council staff and the Parks Board members chosen. I mean, I put names out as a recommendation for illustrative purposes. The body felt that was appropriate. I did ask the Parks Board, is there any of you that want to kick one of these people off and put somebody else on? The answer was no. There wasn't anybody from the Parks Board that was necessarily chomping at the bit to do this work. And that's not a derogatory statement. I just think that it's a fairly heavy load and they felt confident with the names being presented. So it's operating just purely off of, when we did the Little Leagues Task Force back in 2017, 2018, it was 2 members, I think, from the Parks Board at the time that did it, a couple council folks, and then some community members for it. And so it's a sample size that's generally representative, with checkbacks, obviously, with the Parks Board through the time, but purely operating off of prior best practices.
I'm going to go to Mr. Brown, and then I'll come back to you, Counselor Christopher.
So if the council establishes this committee, this is a public body. So I just want to make sure we're understanding correctly that we'd still have to follow open meetings.
Correct. I think,
year.
thank you, Mr. Brown. I think that's accurate. I think the difference in this case was making sure we had appropriate, again, it's operating off of prior best practices and making sure we have appropriate representation of the necessary city government entities to do that. Obviously, the council can do whatever the council wants to do, and if you all want to just assign it to the Parks Board, great, but I can't guarantee you're going to have the kind of robust participation maybe you're hoping for. We've got very busy parks people, brand new grandparents that may or may not have the ability to attend meetings to this capacity.
I just skimmed this because we just got it. But will there be, in addition to talking about those parks, will you establish general parks guidelines? Did you have any conversation about that so that we and the public would know this is a neighborhood park has blah, 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 blah?
Madam Mayor, Councilor Christopher, I didn't want to put too much sideboards on it because I think that it's important that the community come back to say that. I think people heard your testimony and they felt strongly about that when you came and provided public testimony at the June 9th meeting. If it's a resounding response from the community, I think to presuppose what the community might want, I felt was disingenuous on my part. And so I heard what you had to say. And I think that as the framework be in the initial opening meeting, that could be something that is addressed and brought out to the community to say, hey, is this something you want where you have general community standards by parks, by park type, et cetera, and so on?
I have one more.
So
Mr. Brown, you said that whether there's just 3 Parks Board members on there or the full Parks Board, it's the same public meeting requirement, correct?
I'll defer to the city attorney for that.
Well, I can answer for the confusion. It's a governing body, just by definition, under public meetings law. If it consists of 2 or more members that have the authority to either make decisions or recommendations. And so it's a governing body. It would be its own governing body. The issue would be if you put a quorum of parks people on it, then you would have to double notice it.
Right.
And then it could kind of complicate it that way, right? Because
So what does
then it
that-
would be, well, meaning it, well,
So
so.
what does that mean?
Well, so now you have, say you have, you need a quorum of the parks people, they don't show up, but then do you then have a meeting with just the task force, which is a governing body, which is, and so then you only have minutes for, it creates a dual meeting, I guess is what I'm trying to say. If you have a quorum of a separate body, then you have a dual meeting, you'd have to try to get a quorum there from both of them, and then, you know, but we've done this before with joint meetings where a quorum didn't show up, so then we're like, actually, this is only gonna be a city council meeting because the other one didn't show up. So it just, it could complicate it, but it's possible, if that makes sense.
And last, the reset date of the master plan would be 14 months from now?
Yeah, that sounds like the right timeframe, 10 to 11 month plan or process. So yeah, within 14 months, I think is right. Yeah.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor,
And
think
I also didn't, wanted to make sure that, I like
okay.
what Mr. Lawyer set up here in the process and the committee and stuff. I support it.
I do have one more question. So you've got a Parks Board of 9, which means you need 5.
Yep.
So could there be one more person on the task force?
He asked me this just in the break, and I said, well, one of the issues, if you aren't going for Parks Board meetings, and then you have 4 meet, the risk of there being a little sharing out that then ends up causing a serial meeting is greater. If you don't, I guess if you're willing to run that risk.
Well, you've got the same risk with the 3.
Yeah, if 2 other people were to deliberate or share out the information.
Well,
and to qual-
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I wish it was all of the Parks Board members. I think they've all done their time and put in the time, and I think this is the core of your business. And so I would like to see, I understand what everybody's saying, and I am,
Microphone.
I'm probably, I may be the only one that feels this way, but I feel this is a critical core function of this Citizens Advisory. And we've placed 9 members on that committee. And I would like to have 9 members weigh in on that, rather than 3. I think 3 it's a third. It is a third of your committee that is going to be working on this mega project for 14 months. And then you'll submit that to the other 6. They will have not been a part of that. I don't know. I just, What do you mean?
I'm going to go to Counselor Duran for your comments. I'll come back, loop it back around again.
I don't have anything.
Okay. Looking, Counselor Parsons.
Yeah, I have one thing. I think the answer to Counselor Christopher's thing is that the task force will determine the questions. The Parks Board looked at these questions already. So as a Parks Board, they're gonna recommend this as a whole board. And the task force will then be charged with getting the survey out there, getting it to people, getting the things that we need for this master plan. So they're involved, they're just involved in a different way. But they're gonna be all across every month, they'll be involved.
Right.
Counselor Coleman? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lawyer, of course.
Madam Mayor, Councilor Parsons, Councilor Christopher, thank you. That's actually a key point that I forgot to bring up. In the Keizer Little League Task Force, there was month-to-month report backs and feedback along the way from the Parks Board. I would fully expect that to be the same case. So the Parks Board is not left out of the loop until the very end. That was the way that we designed the discussion on the parks fee. Every meeting, there was an update. And so my hope and expectation would be, as the chair, to ask for a standing report back from members of the task force. And the idea there would be to help foster that conversation along the way so there's nobody's left in isolation. To the capacity that people can engage in their own neighborhood associations to help that foster that work in a different capacity, I think that's also very beneficial. But that was a key piece that I forgot to mention was there would be that monthly report back, an opportunity to say, okay, where are we doing well? Where are we not doing well? Where's the engagements good? And try to use that as a catalyst to help drive additional information. That was something that was super successful in the parks fee discussion. Monthly, Rich would ask, what's the status? And we would sit down and we would talk through it, and he would point at people and say, you guys need to go. And we were able to get work out. And there was no formal task force. It was just a community-based conversation. So thank you for allowing the opportunity to update that piece of it. And one last final notice, what I will say, and I think it's important just for the record, what you have here is a cleaner version of what I gave to the Parks Board. There was some redundant language in there that I stripped out. And so it is a much cleaner, substantively it doesn't change, but it is a little bit cleaner. So, and actually the reason I asked Mr. Lindsay about the 4th Parks Board member is I should have considered Mr. Loudon. He's been our longest serving Parks Board member. And if the council feels it's appropriate to have a 4th Parks Board member on that, I think David, with his history, would be a very good representative. He goes all the way back to the Hinter years of, way back when. So that would be another name I might recommend if the council wants to add a 4th Parks Board member. Or however y'all wish to do it.
Thank you. Good. Councilor Kohler, anything further?
I think that would be a good addition, Mr. Loudon.
Councilor Cross?
I hear what Counselor,
Microphone, please.
oh shoot, sorry. I hear what Counselor Christopher is saying. But I have the utmost confidence in the senior project planning skills of Mr. Lawyer.
Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions, maybe
Great,
one more
bring 'em.
after that. How long do you anticipate this project or this process to last?
Time-wise, 11 to 14 months, but honestly, it's going to be really driven by the community. If we're
Okay.
finding good success, then it could go longer. If we're not having, yeah.
So thank you for that, which leads me to my next question. You have positional names listed in this plan. If it's going to go 14 months, and the motion that is in our packet has positional names, specific names, what happens if you're not you decide work is too crazy and you have to resign as chair of the Parks Board? This motion has appointed you as the Parks Board chair because your name is in it. So my question is, what happens if life gets in the way and people need to change?
If I understand, any membership would be subject to council change. And so if it's positional, I did that just purely out of habit. It wasn't intended to say that the vice chair has to be or the chair has to be. I just did it purely out of habit and trying to keep in decorum.
Okay.
So, but I mean, ultimately, if I decide that I'm not up to the task, I would immediately notify the council.
But it's not just, I wasn't just referring to.
Don't use the names.
Yeah,
just
don't
the
use the
position.
names, use the positions.
Or the other
Because
way
you
around.
have Matt, or whichever way, but you have, what happens if,
You win the lottery. You're
yeah,
gone.
and you're gone. Or Tanya Hamilton can't stay on the Parks Board
Yeah.
because of, whatever, but she's really got a valuable voice parks-wise. Do you see where
Sure.
where this is landing? I don't know the way it's written now, you're kind of wed to certain
we have to be on the Parks Board in our positions. I mean, again, it was merely a matter of writing it formally.
Okay.
Whatever the council's discretion is on that. I personally don't have an issue with it. I don't mean to speak for the Parks Board, but I doubt those members.
Okay. Where is the specific interaction with, you call out neighborhood association leaders, but I worry about limiting, like, there's some things in here that are very boxy in terms of putting boxes and being very prescriptive about who you're talking to. So I would encourage maybe another run through of this plan to look at the different options of maybe not just neighborhood leader calling out, talking to neighborhood association leaders, but neighborhood associations. And it's in, I see you looking, you're wanting to know where it's at. It's on page 8.
On page 8?
It's like in an introduction meeting, but I just want to, I think.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fair. I mean, I think that, because actually on page 2, it
Yeah.
previously just broadly says neighborhood associations. I think my intent has always been the most broad.
So that, I think,
Yeah.
I appreciate that intent.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna, if we're being asked to adopt something, I think we should maybe take another brush through it. So it's not as, so we can go through and correct those. And that leads me to another question I have is, did we sit down with, like, I know Mr. Johnson is the liaison to the Parks Board, but did we go through this with Miss Blaylock and have a
I did review.
you did, okay. I just think maybe take another brush through it and kind of refine it a little bit more. What was that? In the process? The task force is gonna do that with the process? But we're being asked to adopt the process, and I'm
And we
asking.
just got it tonight.
It was in the packet, but yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just asking that we look through it again before we're asked to adopt it, because I think there's some opportunities to refine it and make it a little bit better and more inclusive and not so prescriptive of who we're talking to. Because I can see, I'm just gonna talk to country, speaking to the park in my neighborhood, right? You've got the Wednesday, the Wednesday moms or the Wednesday parent group, right? The way this is, I just think there's some opportunity to build some other outreach mechanisms here.
I appreciate the sentiment. I mean, overall, I really did my best. I got dog park users, trail users, families, senior youth. I think I tried to make it as exhaustive as possible, and I appreciate your comments on there. And if you want me to take another stab at it, I'm very happy to do that.
Ms. Blaylock?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councilors. Mr. Lurger, I would be happy to sit down and go through that and provide some feedback and work
Sounds
with you
great.
on that. I think you did a great job taking that initiative and putting that together. So yeah, I would be happy to work with you.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I think it's a great plan. I think let's just make it, what does better look like? Make it better, refine it.
So I just have one additional question along those lines. So we now have available to us Polco that we use for our neighborhood community survey. Can you guys have the conversation? Because if I remember correctly, you said that we have the availability of using that tool for additional surveys and see where this might intersect as well. So we could get statistically valid results as well from a type of survey. So maybe that we can have that conversation as well.
That's a good point.
So it's a tool we didn't have available to us in 2016 and 17, but we do now.
Yeah.
Okay, is there enough input on
Good job.
the iteration, next iteration?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to work with the Public Works Director to see if we can frame this.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, and thank you for hanging out with us till 9:30. drop my agenda. Other business, this time is provided to allow the mayor, city council members, or staff an opportunity to bring new or old matters before the council that are not on tonight's agenda. Mr. Brown, does staff have any, other business for this evening?
If the council indulge me about 30 seconds, I just want to mention a colleague of mine from St. Helens who fell in the Columbia River, and they're still trying to recover his body, but he's a respected city administrator in St. Helens for 14 years. And our city managers thought it would, the best way to pay tribute to him would be to mention it in our council meeting. So thank you for that indulgence. Yeah.
Thank you, and so sorry for the loss to his family and his community and all of your, it's more than colleagues, as friends. Thank you. Tragic loss. Council, other business tonight? Okay, Councilor Duran?
I actually have a few of them. First one, my VCC appointed member is resigning. She's actually moving. So I quickly found somebody to take her place. So I'm going to appoint Joe Grant. He's accepted to be my new volunteer coordinating committee appointee.
Okay.
So I just want to state that.
Are you wanting me to do this?
Yeah, and then I've got a couple more here. I've met with the city attorney regarding what occurred at our last executive session, and after reviewing his memo regarding the meeting recording, I've determined that the best path forward is to file a complaint and request an inquiry. So my statement regarding the complaint, a complaint requires 2 city council members to move forward. I asked Councilor Christopher to sign on with me due to the fact that she recognized potential improprieties and left the executive session way before the rest of us, and she agreed. The inquiry requires 5 city councilors to move forward. Any city councilors involved or impacted by potential improprieties are not allowed to deliberate or vote for the inquiry. So that's my first one. And then we need to, do I need to just do that motion?
Well, I would say, yeah, 16.1 says that if you have this written statement, then when it's basically on the next general meeting here, it takes an affirmative vote by 5 or more members to initiate any sort of inquiry. But that the last sentence of that paragraph does say, council member in question shall not take part in the discussion or the vote. The way that this reads is regarding 3 different sections, and I guess I would ask you, do you think it regards more than potentially 1 member?
Well, I believe there was another member involved, but I don't know necessarily if they were.
But you don't know enough because you haven't inquired, I guess?
Right, yeah, I mean.
Okay.
There was accusations against that member, so.
Okay. So I mean, the safe bet would be to have those 2 not vote?
That was my thought on that.
So, but it would take an affirmative vote of 5 or more members according to your 16.1.
Correct.
Do we need to suspend the rules?
Yeah, do we need to?
Yes, you would need to make a motion to suspend the rules to take up this matter because it's not on the agenda.
So I make that motion. To suspend the rules.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules, take up the matter brought forward by Councilor Duran. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
So now he makes another motion,
so now I want to make a motion to
initiate
initiate
inquiry?
an inquiry. Is that enough of a motion?
Yeah.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to initiate an inquiry.
So who can't vote though?
I don't know. You haven't named names.
Mayor Clark and Councilor Kohler.
Okay, so the only ones who can vote are everybody but Counselor Kohler and myself.
Yes.
Okay? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Motion, that sounds like 5, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But I have a question. I have a question why Councilor Christopher got to vote. She walked out, and that's not cool, right?
The statement itself is about people involved in the conduct that would look into their actions. So this statement isn't, as far as I understand, when you named 2 other folks, you weren't talking about her action of walking out.
Well, that's kind of part of the whole situation. If we go back and review it again.
In my opinion, it wasn't. She left stating this wasn't the direction we should be heading, and the rest of us stuck around for a little while until it was decided that we needed to stop what we were doing.
Okay.
So my next, I want to do another motion to form a.
Wait, does he have to do another suspension of rules? on that?
No, because you took up the matter of the inquiry.
Okay.
And so now, if initiated, it says it shall be conducted by a committee consisting of 3 council members appointed by the council.
So I want to do that. So I want to make a motion to assemble an inquiry work group to work with our HR manager and anyone else necessary to complete the inquiry within 30 days. I'm asking for our highest ranking city council member not involved, Council President Shaney Starr, and my co-complainant, Councilor Christopher, to join me on this work group. Additionally, I guess as I read it, 2 community members may be added to the inquiry work group if requested by the affected parties. The community members would be selected by the council members who are not involved in the inquiry. So that's how I understand that. Is that correct?
Is that right?
I'm just trying to read here. Yeah, it just says selected by the council, and it does say that the council members in question cannot vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
what's your motion?
So my motion is to assemble an inquiry work group.
You're the chair.
Well, I don't necessarily want to be the chair, but
Shaney and I.
yeah, the 3 of us is what I've asked this.
So that's your motion.
That's my motion.
I'll second it. Now, how many can vote on this now, Joe?
Yeah.
Is this still, how many?
I would say the 2 unaffected, or the 2 people in question don't vote on this.
And you need 4 votes for this?
You just need, yes, I would say a majority.
Okay.
So 4.
So 4.
There you go.
Aye.
Well, you have to run the meeting.
Right, well, it's going to have to go to Councilor President Starr.
Sorry, I was reading council rules. Sorry.
Do I got it right?
It's been moved and seconded to appoint an
Inquiry work group.
inquiry work group consisting of Counselor Duran, Counselor Christopher, and myself to work with the HR manager and anyone else necessary to complete the inquiry. Is that accurate
Yes.
restatement?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Cross?
Did I hear something about it being done in the next?
Yeah,
thank you.
the rules say in 30 days, so
Thank you.
is that right?
Well,
Did I
Yeah.
read that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
okay, within 30 days.
Follow up on that. So to be done in 30 days and then reported back to council, is that how this would
Yes.
work?
That's what I was reading, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Brown?
I do note in the section 16.1A that this statement is supposed to be delivered to me 5 days before the meeting. No later than 5 days before the meeting. Otherwise, it shall be placed on the agenda for the following council meeting. So I just turn to the city attorney to see if there's, if them walking it on is acceptable. I just, out of protection for you, just want to make sure you cross that T.
Just to give you my context, I read that if it was to be on the agenda, if it was to be 5 days to be put on the agenda. Is that correct?
Well, it commands the city manager to put it on the next regular meeting if it's submitted not later than 5 calendar days prior to such meeting. And it says, otherwise, the matter shall be placed on the agenda for the following council meeting. And so I think the idea is the city manager usually has agenda setting power. And so, and usually it takes either 3 councilors or the mayor to put something on the agenda. And what this does is it either says he shall place it if you give him the 5 days notice, and then it says otherwise the matter shall be placed on the agenda for the following meeting, which I believe a circumstance like this could be construed to be within that second part.
And that's how I read it, so.
Okay, thank you for bringing that forward, Mr. Brown. I appreciate that. Trying to watch out for us. So is there any further discussion? I'm looking around. Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay.
Well,
Clearly, but motion carries.
Yeah.
Thank you. With 1 nay vote being Counselor Parsons.
Thank you.
Is that all you have? Okay.
Mr. Lindsay, is there anything else before I turn this back over to Mayor Clark? That related to this issue only that needs to be handled tonight?
So 16.1, yeah, you did the affirmative vote and then you voted on your committee. So as far as that goes, if those were your items, that seems to be complete.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go on to,
Are we still going through other business for councilors?
we have more?
I do.
All right.
Okay.
I have one.
I don't think we're doing executive session tonight. It's 9:45.
Okay, the other thing I'd like to do, I mean, we have some issues before us in regards to performance evaluation. Many of us have said that we need an update to our performance evaluation forms and process. And so I would like to move to suspend the rules, to take up a motion to establish a work group to do exactly that, to determine what changes need to be made to our performance evaluation form and process. And I would wait, so I moved to have rules suspension, so I need a second.
Oh, second.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules, take up the matter of forming a
Task force,
task force,
performance evaluation task force.
task force
Yeah.
on a performance evaluation. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. No.
Okay, and I'll speak to it now.
Speak to your motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we establish a task force. I would like to be the chair of that task force. I've already done some preliminary work with Mr. Brown. We've got copies of the position descriptions so that we can utilize what we've actually hired. We only have 2 employees, city manager and our city attorney. And so we'll want to relate our performance evaluations to the actual things that they were hired to do. So we've already got that. And Mr. Brown has said that the listserv for city managers has some additional information there. I think that this is something that could be updated and completed in 3 to 4 meetings. I've got substantial experience doing it. I was able to identify 31 times that I've done this. I was a human resource manager before I retired. And so on this committee, I think we should have our highest ranking executive on our committee. Obviously, we're in the middle of something with our mayor regarding performance evaluations. So I would ask our Mayor Pro Tem to join me on this committee and Counselor Duran. So that would be my motion, that we establish a performance evaluation work group that will completely review the forms that we're using, but also the process.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to form a
Performance evaluation work group.
performance evaluation work group,
You got it.
period.
That's it, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
no,
do you want to name? I would chair and ask
chaired by
Counselor
Council Christopher
and
and
add
with,
Duran and add Mayor Pro Tem Star.
okay? That's the motion.
That's a motion, it's been seconded. Can we discuss?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Clarifying question, is the expectation that this work happen in parallel with the inquiry or I just think I know that the other issue is done within 30 days.
You want to wait 30?
I think so.
Okay. Then let's initiate it in 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Counselor Kohler?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought we had an HR person that we hired to do that. Is that something that he should be involved in?
I would think so.
Right.
I think you could use him in consultation or,
Oh, I definitely think he should be working with the work group.
okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no.
No.
No. Motion passes 5-2. The noes are Clark and Parsons.
So, no,
Okay.
no Joe tonight?
One thing I want to ask.
Oh,
Sorry. Speak for me. So keep going. I just have one thing.
Okay. So staff updates? Oh, Counselor Kohler? I'm sorry?
I have one piece of business.
Other
One piece
business?
of other business.
Okay.
I propose that we amend or establish a policy that written submissions need to
Oh,
be
amen.
received more than 24 hours before the scheduled meeting. This will allow the counselors an opportunity to review comments prior to the meeting.
Second.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Wait.
Oh,
he's
whoa,
gotta
whoa,
do a
slow down, slow down.
suspension.
What? I'm confused.
Well, written public comments, most of these were received today. And I got done working about 5:30 and I looked at all these and I think there is no dying way that I can review all these and actually put comments that are worth anything together for our meeting. I think that we should have at least 24 hours to read these things and figure out what they say before we get to a meeting.
Or what? They would go to the next meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
There's nothing in these
So-
that are required action tonight.
Actually, a lot of them had to do with agenda items tonight. All of them did, actually. So are we wanting to change? Are we wanting to change the requirement then? Because we'd have to publish it to let people know that they have to have everything into us by a certain time to have it be part of the deliberation. If they want it to be part of the council meeting that night, you have to deliver it in person? Are we running afoul of public meeting law?
Well, Madam Mayor, I think if you want to direct us to look into that, we can come back to you.
I was gonna say.
Do what?
Let's
Yeah.
direct it to staff.
This one, I've got questions about public meeting law, and we're gonna have to make sure that we're not running sideways with that, with the accessibility of people to be able to, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I don't have time, when it comes in at 5 o'clock, I'm not gonna be able to read it before the council meeting.
Right.
I didn't have an opportunity to read hardly any of this
Oh,
stuff,
no.
which meant that a lot of the meeting that we did tonight, I wasn't able to really participate much in it. And I don't think that's fair to the people that are submitting the comments or to the counselors. That's what I think.
So, this will be referred to staff to come back with recommendations, about when written testimony needs to be to us, but it sounds like the council would like to have things a little farther in advance, so we have time to actually read them. What's the time frame that, well, we'll get recommendations on what we can do, and then we can have a conversation about what is gonna be helpful for us.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can we also, and I know there's a motion and a second, I think, on the table.
Is there?
Is there?
No.
No.
We
Oh,
were trying
I
to figure
thought-
out what to do.
Okay.
No, it's gonna be referred to staff
Got it.
to
Okay,
bring us
perfect.
back
Can we
information.
also look at if there's any precedent for when, testimony's been submitted, written test, like we've got this packet, that then it's not read into the record? Like, we have it here, right? And then somebody comes and reads it.
If they didn't submit it.
Right, if they didn't.
Actually,
yeah.
they can read their own stuff
They
into the
can-
record.
Even if it's been admitted already?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, they have a
Thank
right to
you.
do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. That one I do know the answer.
Thank you.
And actually, that is something that people have done historically before, in the before times, the presiding officer would read written comment into the record, and that ended several years ago because I didn't feel comfortable putting my voice to other people's opinions.
Got it. Thank you.
And legal at that point, which was Mr. Johnson, agreed that that was an acceptable way to do it.
Great.
So, okay.
I have other business.
Other business?
Yeah, just one more.
Just one.
I was wondering if we could, if staff would be willing to ask leadership from the local fire district, from our Keizer Fire District, to come and share with us information behind, I believe the phrase was browning out an ambulance. And the concern has been expressed that we have one stationed in Salem and we're browning out one that's stationed in Keizer.
What does that mean, Brownie?
That's what I want to understand, like they parked it.
They
and
parked it 'cause it's
they're not staffing it, but we have, what I read and what the conversation is that they browned out an ambulance here and there's one staffed in Salem. So I'm asking so we can have accurate information, and not just relaying on what is being, what's out there. If we could have a member of leadership from the fire district come, from the command staff, come and share an update on that. And if we could get an invitation from staff. Because I think that's important information for us to know and important information for our community to have a clear understanding about what that means and how it happens and so forth.
Yeah, if that's the pleasure of the council, happy to
I would like it.
invite him.
Yeah, invitation?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Anything else?
So are we gonna have an executive session or not?
It's almost 10 o'clock. Are we gonna be sideways with, contracts?
No, they're just.
I'm asking Mr. Lindsay.
The thing is, it seems like there's a lot to work on ahead of this, so I'm more than pleased to, not worry about our timeline, because I do believe it only exists if there's step increases involved. Meaning, like, that's the reason for the timing of it.
That was
So
historical.
whatever time you guys choose to do that, I'm more than happy to be a recipient of.
And the written.
Plus, I have read the written comments as well, and plan on incorporating them into my job.
So the other one was, I believe that and correct me if I'm wrong, with the contracts and steps and so forth, the evaluation process is separated from, the COLA and steps and so forth. That is, that got split with your contracts. Historically, they were linked, and we had to get it done before the start of the fiscal year, so that's no longer the case. Counselor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the challenges that we have about having an executive session anytime after a council meeting seems to be that we have a hard time finishing a meeting at 9 o'clock or prior to 9 o'clock. So I guess my question is, when would we ever hold an executive session? If we're just gonna say it's after 9 o'clock, we can't do that. So it seems like we're pushing the can down the road again. And in some ways, I'd just soon do it and get it over with, but,
I can go either way.
I mean, we've been here, I mean,
4 hours.
I just remember a council meeting, executive session, we were down at 11:30, you know, a couple of years ago, so, I mean, I just don't want to kick the can too far down the road, so.
I don't disagree. We used to do executive sessions prior to,
But then we got crunched for time.
yep. So.
That's when we had council meeting at 7.
Yeah, 7 o'clock was council meeting. That was the day. All right, I'm gonna leave it to you guys. Exec, yes or no?
How many want to do it tonight? Raise your hand.
Council,
I was just gonna say, if we can't get stuff done in 4 hours, then we need to look inwardly, because that's more than enough meeting on a agenda meeting and exec session. Like, we got no one to blame but us. That's what I have to say about that.
Oh, God. When, can I ask?
So I would say no on the 10 o'clock exec.
Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When is Mr. Cleaver back? Because, oh,
No, he's not. No, he is on active duty for another week and a half, so.
can we revisit the issue when Mr. Cleaver's back? So we have our HR professional here and with
Issue of
us?
what? Which issue?
The issue of delivering our performance evaluations with the guidance of our HR professional.
Oh, so I got it, okay. So you don't want to do it without him in the room?
So can we just wait until Mr. Cleaver comes back and have a conversation with Mr. Cleaver before we schedule an
Agreed.
All right, I think we have consensus on that. Any objection?
Nope.
Then it's consensus. Real quick question, Blast Camp, how's it coming? Chief, Blast Camp.
Pay attention.
July 29th through
How many kids are signed up?
close to 150.
A lot.
So,
Dadgum.
yeah, we capped it at 150 this year, and I asked on Monday, and there was 100, I can't remember, what is today? Today's Monday. Last Monday, it was 112, so we're close to the cap. Blast camp, and then we're hanging out with Public Works on the 17th. It's gonna be a great time.
Awesome. Want to check on that because it's pretty cool. One other thing, just to bring to people's attention, we got an email, thank you, Hirsch Sangster, with a really nice graphic on e-bikes and e-scooters. So hopefully we can cover that when we meet with the Multimodal Safety Committee and do that update as well.
And it's not effective until January 1st.
True that.
Thank you.
But the 16 is effect now.
Yeah.
Age 16.
Yeah.
So we need to be maybe having a conversation about what that looks like. All right. Anything else essential? The time is 9:58. We are adjourned.